So this is a tough position. Maybe if I can clip the 1 or the 6 ball pretty quick.
Hello, TikTok gang. You already know who it is. It's your boy, the Ballin J-Money. And I will be getting started very shortly.
Straight tie. All tough on the 10. This 10 ball is still going to be a problem. This 10 ball is still going to be a problem because now the 6, 1 are blocking it. But the thing is, for him, he's got the advantage.
Okay, got that set up. Now I just need to.
Alright, Ken, what are you going to do from here? Are you going to make the 13? Try to fall behind the 10 maybe? No, he's going to shoot the 15. He's shooting a little more timid than he was earlier. Earlier he was shooting with total confidence and he wasn't missing barely anything, but we saw confidence shift in his shots. Because now he's thinking about it a little more. He's taking the easier shot, not necessarily always the right shot, maybe the easier shot. And that tells me maybe he's shooting with a little bit less confidence than he was earlier. You see, that was tough, man. You know, normally we don't see him miss that shot. If you rewind the tape and watch it back, he shot that kind of fast, and he jerked at it a little bit. So I think we're seeing a little bit of a shift in the game here. That was a good safety. I broke out the 6-1 spread on. The 6 is still in a little bit of a trouble because I would have to get perfect shapes to make the 6. Perfect shape. Sorry, I will have the S to the perfect shape to make the 6. So it's still a little bit tough. But the 1's open. So he's calling.
Alright, what's up, y'all? Good to see everybody. Can everybody hear me? Real quickly, can everybody hear me?
I can play the 6 into the 1, and that opens everything up from there. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to play the 6 into the 1, because the 6 doesn't go anywhere on its own. I've got to play it.
Alright, so I guess the mic is good.
First and open it up. Just a nice, easy shot. I'll leave the 6 waiting there for me to shoot it next.
Let's play some pool. Now I'm also going to be working, so you guys will see it on the left end of the screen, on the left side over there, behind the foundation is my office. You guys see the TV. I have some footage on right now, but I'm going to change it up here in just a moment. So, in just a moment to fix up the layout of the table, get everything right. And let me change. Well, we're not really going to change it. We're just going to mute. Okay. Now today in our video, I'm going to give you guys 2 warm-up sessions where I will be showing you guys my approach to the game once again. So I'm going to give out 2 warm-up sessions and then we get right into some rounds of pool. But I think today, our focus point of today will be focusing on shooting shots with English for the most part, but at the end of the day, we gotta make sure we have shots that will allow us to do that. So we go ahead and warm up with just shooting random shots like we're playing straight pool, but we're gonna break it like 8 ball. So I like to break with my bridge hand on the rail and then just extend it out like that. Now, of course, I have to keep hitting this back wall over here, so I may have to scoot this table a little bit further that way. Because of, I keep hitting that thing. Let's see. So where we're at now let's yeah. After this session, I'm gonna have to push the table further towards that edge because I'm hitting the wall on the break, and I don't want to do that. So we'll do that after this first round. So if we do, so we're starting out with ball in hand. So again, we're gonna warm up just by making sure we have the right idea of where we're gonna shoot. So I'm thinking for this shot will be about here. So now at this point I'm in a bad spot, but if I can cut this 2-ball over here, I had the right idea, but 2-ball landed in the side pocket. So let's go here on the 15. So we just look at. Now there is another aiming method that I'm going to be talking about here eventually. I'm going to be calling it the moon method, but so I'm not going to be doing that yet because I want to create a video on my YouTube channel. But the moon method is basically just looking at how much further away the object ball is from the cue ball when you go down. Yeah, right now I'm just shooting random shots, just getting the feel of my strokes and warming up. I usually don't warm up with chalk because I like to get the feel of how the cue feels without the chalk, so that way when I do use chalk I'll feel a lot more comfortable. So sometimes I'll just shoot some quick ones just like that here, looking at the cue ball spin and making sure, like, and then as soon as I miss cue, then I will chalk. So like, see, like that shot I should have lined that one up a lot better. Yeah, so you never want to go down and stroke when the ball is going. You want to wait till the balls are stopped. So like this one, I'll be about here. See, I usually make shots like that, but right now I'm just warming up, getting the feel. Should be good. Let's see if I can get that 13 down in the corner. Nothing. So right now I'm just warming up, shooting random shots, but I'm just getting the feel of my strokes right now, so I'm not worried about scratches or anything like that. Yeah, it does feel a little, definitely to stretch my shoulders. Alright. Now usually on a shot like that you gotta use drawback for the most part, but yeah, you know, this foundation behind me over here, this has gotten me into where I don't mind shooting left-handed either. So let's see, go here, that one. Last ball. Okay, there's that one. Okay, we still got a few more minutes before I do my next task. So that one I just did really quick because again, I want to push the table away from that wall so when I shoot the breaks, the butt of my cue won't hit the wall. So give me just a couple minutes to do this. So I'll be with y'all in just a moment. So I just need to elevate it up. Okay, let me check now. So as soon as I put my, yeah, I gotta shove some more. Careful there. Yeah, well, my good old goody glue table is wearing out on me, so I have to keep it taped up and stuff. Unfortunately. Well, hopefully this will be the final time that I move this table, because I had to go through hell to get this thing in better position, so I had to go through a lot with this table. I have gone through a lot. Okay, now we need to get these up and going again. So, oh, wait a minute, why is it crooked? Hold on, this is crooked. Let's be crooked. There we go. Let's see the difference. Oh yeah, definitely enough space. Okay, so I got enough space on this side for brakes. So that's what's up. Okay, well, since that's done, we'll go ahead and get this back up. But yeah, I use my back for support so that I can do this. So here we go. Okay. Whew. Okay, that kind of took the breath out of me, but we're good. Okay. Alright, so that was a energy drainer because I had to use my back to lift up the table. But we're good. Yeah, I had the table too close to over there, so like when I shot my brakes, the butt of my cue was hitting the wall. But now I should be alright. So really the only limited space I have to do a full downstroke is mostly from here down on this side, and then the foundation right there that you guys see. So that's why I changed the camera angle to this angle so y'all can see for yourself that I also have to deal with the foundation and that side of the wall. But this side and that side is fine. I got plenty of space. And of course I brought the camera into that angle because I think it's a better angle, especially now that my live is in landscape view instead of portrait. Okay, so I got about 10 more minutes before I do my next task. So now, I personally, when I break, I like to break with my bridge hand on the rail. People might think that's crazy, but this is how I break. I break just like this, where my bridge hand is on the rail, and see back here, it's nowhere near the wall, so we're good here. I've done it a lot, and it helps me out a lot. Okay, so we got one more. So we'll do one more warm up. But I'm gonna slow down a little bit now, so we're good. I just went through that first one fast because I wanted to push the table that way and keep it away from this wall. But here we go. So yeah, so like if I have my bridge hand here, I've got enough space. Bridge hand. So the only spaces really is like here is okay, but from about here down to there, yeah, I got my hands full. But and then that foundation. So here's a frozen shot. So where that arrow, the tip of that arrow meets is our aiming point. And we're gonna put bottom left spin on that shot. Alright, so the next shot we can shoot is this 10. So the moon method is basically where you look at the pocket and how far away from it is from the cue ball, because the cue ball is the moon. Think of the object ball as like Earth. So when you go down, you're going to see how from here you can't see the object ball that clearly. But then if you go a little bit to the right, you can see a portion of Earth. Basically, just like, I forgot what they call it, like a waxing crescent, I believe. So we have a waxing crescent view from when we go down on this shot here. And it says the ball is this way. We're going to go a little bit of left English. Now this one we're down, so when we go down, this is a straight shot because we can't see the object ball. But then the pocket is over there, so if we go this way, now we see the left side of the object ball. Because basically, when you go down, you're going to look at this. So basically you got to find out where the contact point is, right? So when you find that contact point, it's here. So then when you line up to that contact point, so in this one, this will be the, I know there's waxing crescent, but I forgot what the other one is. But this is where we would line it up. Like that, see? Okay, so contact point is here. So then here, so then when we go down, now from this angle we see half of the right side of the object ball. So this is a half shot. Half shots I use center spin. So now if we use this one, the contact point is right there. So then when I go down, so this is a little bit past the halfway mark. So this would be the other, like this, like last quarter, I believe. So yeah, I know there's first quarter, last quarter, then there's waxing crescent, and then there's another another waxing, but I can't think of what it is. But yeah, so the moon method works too. So the moon method, you basically have to go down to see how much of the object ball you can see, and that gives you the method that tells you what type of moon and earth connection that you have. So let's say like if we want to shoot this 2 ball, contact point is a little bit to the right. Now this is where it's going to be a little bit more challenging because I'm going to go all the way over here. So from the looks of it, this is first quarter because we're just hitting a little bit of this side, the first quarter, which is just very little. Yeah, that one was a tough one. So yeah, the moon method won't work for all the shots, but it will work for shots like this 7. So like if we see that the contact point is a little bit to the left, so when we go down, you only see a little bit of the right side of the object ball. So this would be the last quarter. Here's an example here. Get your contact point, line it up to the center of the cue ball. So then when you go down, this is, I can't think, it was waxing, crescent, and then there's the other one. I can't think of it. That's basically how this method works for the most part. Let me look up all the moon to earth connections. Okay, so the names I was referring to when it comes to the views of the, yeah, here we go. So this is what I was looking for. So if I were to look at the names, there's waxing gibbous. Yeah, gibbous. That's the other one I was thinking of. That's the other one I was thinking of. That's what I was thinking of. So let's put this in. So yeah, there's the crescents and then gibbous. I forgot. So yeah, there's waning crescent and wax. So basically, and then first quarter and last quarter, yeah. And then of course, full moon and new moon would be a straight shot. For those of y'all that didn't catch on to it, so a straight shot would be clearly a full moon or a new moon. It doesn't matter. But in this case, if we go down to this. And we go down, so we just see a little bit like a quarter of the right side. So that means this will be a waxing crescent. So this view of number 2 here is a waxing crescent. So if you aim down that way, that's how that would work. Now we look at number 6, going down, straight down. So we just see a little bit of the left, I mean. So number 6 would be a first quarter view. First quarter. Alright, contact point is here, so this is about halfway. You can see halfway of the left side. So halfway of the left side will be last quarter. So the 11 ball will be the last quarter view of the moon. So this is last quarter. So for the record, I think of as the cue ball as the moon, and Earth would be the object balls. So that means, so when I look at the diagram of where the moon would be positioned around the Earth, The dark circles would be the Earth, and then the bright spot would be the Moon. So now for a combination, that won't matter. We don't use this for combo. So let's say we got this shot here, where the 2 ball, we want to go into the corner. We got the contact point, so then if we go down, we see just a little bit of the right side of the object ball. So that means a little bit of the right side means that this shot would be a 1 and give us. So the 2 ball would be a 1 and give us shot. Like that. Yeah, there's the so basically what I'm saying is with the Moon method, there's 7 parts of the cue ball that you're going to use to hit the object ball. There's 7 parts, okay? But I'm using the Moon as an example because when you look at the view of the Moon, regardless if it's a full moon or if it's a waxing crescent or a waxing gibbous or if it's a first or quarter, basically you're looking at what part of the object ball you can see from the cue ball. So think of the cue ball as the Moon and the object ball are the Earth. So for the most part, so like if we want to, so here's how we do it. So let's say if we want to talk about this the best we can, we'll put in 5 different shots like this, okay? And then we'll put the cue ball in the center for all 5 examples. So if I were to look at the 12 ball into this corner right here, we already know the contact point is right here. So if we look at the middle of the contact point and go down on our shot, I can see that we could see a little bit of about half of the object ball on the left. So that means half of the object ball on the left means that we are looking at a first quarter shot. Okay, so a first quarter shot means we're just hitting a little bit of the right side of the center. Like that. Now for shot number 2, we know that the contact point is right here. So now if we go down, we see half part of the right side of the object ball. So half part of the right side of the object ball would be the last moon. Okay? So last moon meaning we're aiming about halfway. So that means this edge should line up to the center of the object ball basically. Like so. Now I know I missed it because I'm not aiming it correctly, but let's do it again. So if we go down, this is the halfway mark. So the center would hit here, and this edge would be near the center. Like so. Now for the next shot, let's say we have this shot here, but we're going to cut it to that corner. So if we go here, go down and we line up our shot. Now this time I see a shitload, like a lot of the left side of the object ball, but I can see very little of the right side. So very little of the right side would mean that the 13 ball would be a waxing crescent. So a waxing crescent, which means we're going to shoot very little of the right side of the object ball. And that's how we make the 13. And then now, this ball, contact point is about here. So when we go down, we see not much of the left side. So this will be a waning crescent. So this will be a waning crescent where we have just a little bit of daylight on the left side of the object ball. That's a waning crescent. Now I have not perfected this, but basically you're going down on the shot, and I can tell right away that we're going to line up about here. So I was able to see, so when I went down from the contact point, I could see, if I take I aim with my left eye, so looking at the left eye, I can see just a little bit of the right side of the object ball. So this would be a waxing crescent shot. So that means I'm giving a little bit of daylight on the 8. like that. So with this method, you better have good knees because you'll be going down to look at the view. Now, the reason why, of course, I said the cue ball would be your moon because it's white, and of course, the moon is gray and white. But all these object balls would be the Earth, basically. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. Then of course, a straight shot means that it's a full moon, which means you cannot see the Earth whatsoever. Because you know, with the full moon, you can see the moon. But with the new moon, you can't see. So there wouldn't be no new moon with this drill. It'll just be the new moon, waning and waxing crescent, waning and waxing gibbous, first quarter and third quarter. Or first and last quarter, I mean. Now just keep in mind the last quarter and first quarter, those are basically when you can see half of the object ball from your point of view. Basically. And I will do a YouTube video on this eventually when I have the time to do it. But for the time being, I'm just going to give you guys examples. So now that we're warmed up, I'm going to give you guys one more round before I get to work. Which, actually, I take that back. I need to work now. So let me get this job done, and then we'll do the next one, okay? So I got to work real quick. But yeah, that's going to be called the moon method. And I'm going to tell you right now, nobody talks about this method but me. This is another method that can help people aim better. So I think the moon method would be great if you're somebody that wants to aim better in the game of pool, because you can use the moon, like the view of the moon. So like, you know, when we look up in the sky and we see the moon and we see that it looks like a thumbnail, or it's a full moon, or we don't see the moon at all, then we know it's a new moon, stuff like that. So there's certain views of the moon that we see. So we would use the moon, the view of the moon, as a way of aiming in the game of pool. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. I think it's an interesting method because at the end of the day, you still got to go down your shot so you can see the cue ball and the contact point. But the way you would do it is just basically making sure that you have everything lined up correctly at the end. So alright, I'm going to go ahead and start my next assignment. I'll be with y'all as soon as I finish. Let's see. So I honestly think that if you have like, you're gonna have your, like, I know they won't let you have your phone on you, but like if you had like a little card that showed all angles of different views of the moon, then you will be able to use this method. But I think for me to do this method, I would need to get like something that would show, you know, that type of stuff. So trying to go, you know, back and forth on everything, it's gonna be difficult. What's up, Jason? Backyard Billiards, what's up? I'm working right now, but I'll get back to pool here in a second. Appreciate you being here, though. And don't worry, I see everybody's comments from my computer, so... And don't mind the AI chat, that's just entertaining for most viewers. Because, you know, there's viewers out there that don't want to say anything, so I figured whenever I'm not playing pool, people can read the AI comments. So that's just a little something that I did, which I'm allowed to do on here now. So I've been doing it for the past week. Most people like it, most people don't. I really don't care. I'm doing it, you know, I do it for content. So anyway, but yeah, I'm working from home right now, so I'm doing a little bit of work and play pool. But I was talking about a new aiming method that I came up with personally, where it involves using the view of the moon to aim in the game of pool. So if you can imagine, because you know, like when everybody looks up in the sky and they see the moon, they'll see the new moon, they'll see first quarter moon, they may see a waning crescent, waxing crescent, they may see the gibbous, they might see a first quarter moon, they may see a last quarter moon. But imagine if you can use those views of the moon to aim in the game of pool, which I think is going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting topic to talk about. So as soon as I finish my assignments here, I got just a few more to do real quick. But I do appreciate everybody's patience if you're joining me, and I hope that the method I'm going to be sharing with everybody in this live. Now I will eventually do a video on the moon aiming method, but I think that I am going to need a source where I think I just found my source here on YouTube. It's called Phases of the. It'll be called Phases of the Moon Aiming Method, or basically the moon method. But I think the moon method for a pool will be a great way to aim, because you know a lot of people look up on the moon anyway. So, all right. But I'm getting there. I'm getting this done as fast as I can. Honestly, God, I am. Okay, that's right. All right. Now, I will say that the only disclaimer I can say about the moon method is, like, you have to make sure that you know every phase of the moon before you can do this method, because if you don't know all the phases of the moon, then you will not understand this pool method. So, I know a lot of people know the full moon because you can see the entire moon with the full moon. New moon, you can't see nothing, and then all the other ones that's in between, there's the first quarter and last quarter views, and then there's the waning and waxing gibbous and the waning and waxing crescent. So, of course, there's 7 spots on the optic ball that you would use to hit the ball anyway. So when you look at the total number of phases of the moon, there's 8 phases. But if you don't count the new moon, because clearly the new moon is nothing, like we can't really use the new moon. So there's really 7 phases of the moon besides. So you got full moon, first quarter, last quarter, waning gibbous, waxing gibbous, waning crescent, waxing crescent. That's 7 parts of the moon. Now, so in order for me to explain how this method works, I'm going to go ahead and break first. So let me go ahead and break. So the way that the moon method would work is you're going to picture the cue ball being the moon, and you're going to picture the object ball being Earth. Okay, so basically Earth will be the black part where you can't see, obviously. So with the new moon, you can't see the moon. Like with the new moon, you can't see the moon because it's behind the earth. So with all these shots here, we're going to see the moon regardless because we're aiming with the cue ball. So that's why I'm saying the new moon would not be the option here. But let's say if I were to look at, let me see if I can get a good example. Like this 13 is a good example. So let's say like with the 13, I want to hit the 13 in this corner, right? So I want to figure out the contact point, which is here. So if I line up that contact point to the center of the cue ball, then I go down to where my eyes are parallel to the table. I can see that from my aiming eye. Now remember, you want to have both eyes up when you do this. You don't want to aim with one specific eye, okay? Make sure you have both eyes open. And I can see from my view of the 13, from that contact point, I can see half of the right side of the object ball. So if I can see the right side half of the object ball, that means that this shot is the first quarter, okay? So this will be a first quarter view with one of the phases. So first quarter view means that I'm going to hit the center, where the center of the cue ball is going to hit the little bit of the left side of the center. So basically, this right side of the cue ball is going to line up to the center of the 13. And that's how you make that shot with the first quarter view. So again, the cue ball is going to be Earth, okay? Cue ball is Earth. All the object balls are going to be the moon, okay? So you know how, because like I said, imagine that, because you're going to look up into the moon every night. A lot of people do. So like here, this one ball to the 11. If you go down, you're going to see how you can't see the 11 ball whatsoever. Not because of the 6 blocking it off. So you got to use your imagination. So since I cannot see the 11 ball from this angle, when I go down, I can tell you right away that this is a new moon. Okay? Why is it a new moon? Because I can't see the object ball when I go down. So a new moon is basically a straight shot. Okay? Next shot. Let's say I want to cut the 12 into the side pocket over here. So let's say that the contact point is about here. So now when I go down, I can see just a little bit of the right side of the 12. So if I see just a little bit of the right side of the 12, then that means that this is a waxing crescent shot. This is a waxing crescent because I can see just a little bit of the right side. So that means the center of my cue ball is going to line up to the right side. Like that. So now looking at the 9 ball, which is over here, it's going to be here. And then I go down, and I can see just a little bit of the right side of the 9, but I can see like 75% of the left side of the object ball. So if I can see the 75% of the left side of the object ball, that means I'm going to be shooting a waxing gibbous shot. So a waxing gibbous means that just a little bit of the left is going to hit a little bit of the right. So apparently I did not hit that shot correctly, but again, you gotta just determine your shots. Now, not everybody's you're not gonna bend down every single time. So what you can do is just use your imagination and go like this. So right away, just look at the contact point here. Just put your tip like this. Okay. So when you go down, you're gonna know that the center of the cue ball is gonna show everything from here to here. So that means this is a first quarter shot, which will allow the ball to go down the rail like you've seen right there. I know I missed it, but that's not the point. I'm going to talk about just making sure that you have the right alignment. So here, this is the aiming point that I'm looking at. And this is the same thing as the last one. First quarter. See? So that's how the moon method basically works. Now, if you, like I said, if you don't want to bend down, just use the tip of your stick. Okay, use the tip of your stick if you don't want to bend down. And the edges of the tip, I want you to think of as just part of the moon method. Okay. So the contact point is here. So anywhere where the tip of the stick is, that's the area you want it at. So with this being a straight shot, then this would be a new moon shot. Just like that. Here's another new moon shot because the 6 ball and the cue ball are on the rail. Now with the 9 ball, if I wanted to, like the contact point is here, so that tells you right away that the tip of the stick is about a quarter, is around a quarter of the right side of the object ball. So a quarter of the right side of the object ball in this case would be a waxing crescent shot. So that means a little bit of the left side is going to hit a little bit of the right side. Like that. That's how you get the ball to go close to the pocket. Now making it is the other thing too, of course. So if we got this shot here, just put your tip at the contact point furthest from the ball, and then line up that contact point to the center of the ball. So that tells, now this tells me right away this is going to be a last quarter view when it comes to the 7 or the 8 phases of the moon. Of course, we don't count the full moon because we won't be able to see really. So full moon and new moon is kind of the same thing because they're both straight in. But this time, the tip of my stick is a little bit closer to the center of the object ball, but it's a little bit to the left. So that means in this case, we're shooting a last quarter view of the shot. Last quarter meaning that we're hitting just a little bit on the left side of the object ball in that case. Now here, this is a straight shot, so this could be a full moon or new moon, entirely whatever you want to call it, because it's a straight shot. Now, if I want to cut the ball to this 10, the contact point is here. So clearly, when I'm looking at this contact point, it's all the way on the left side. So if I were to go down, that means that I'm barely hitting the left side of the 10 so I can cut it to this pocket. So a little bit of the left side, that means this would be a waxing gibbous shot. This is a waxing gibbous. So like if you know the 8 phases of the moon, you would just use, again, you use the cue ball as the earth and all the other balls are the moon. So when you go down, you would only see about 75 to 80% of the right side. So that means this is a waxing gibbous. And of course the waxing gibbous, you got to make sure that you hit right on the money, which I didn't. Alright, so the 5 ball is a straight shot, so this will clearly be a full or new moon. Entirely up to you which one you want to call. 10 ball here, we're just going just a little bit of the right. So this would be, a first quarter. So right side would be first quarter, left side would be last quarter. But this is a first quarter shot right there. Now on the 8, let's say we want to cut the 8 over here. This is our contact point right here. So that means we can see just a lot. We will barely see the right side. So if we barely see the right side, this will be a waxing crescent shot based on the 7 phases or the 8 phases of the moon. So barely hitting that left side. Getting the 8 ball close to the pocket as you can. So from here, frozen shots, we really don't need the moon method with frozen shots. With frozen shots, just make sure that you hit your contact point and the rail at the same time. If you do that, you would have no problem scoring the ball. Same thing with the 7. Even if you have to go past the side pocket here, contact point and rail at the same time. And see, if you don't, then the ball will not go down the rail. So let's do it again. So anytime you have a frozen shot, you want to line up, because like there's like an arrow design shape from here and here, so where those two lines meet, that's your arrow. So you would hit both contact point and well at the same time, as you see right there. Now for the last shot here, this is our contact point. So if I were to go here, that means the contact point is slightly, it's a quarter of the right side of the object ball. So if I were to look at which phase of the moon that is, that would be waxing crescent, because the contact point is here. So this is a waxing crescent shot. Let's try that again. So here's our point, quarter of the edge, waxing crescent. Try again. So even if you do miss, as long as you're within an inch of that pocket, you should be alright. So yep, right there, waxing crescent. Let's try again. But yeah, you gotta get the feel of the method too in order to understand it. So waxing crescent once again. I don't know why it's not falling, it should be. But that's how the aiming method works overall. Yeah, it is. So what? It's entertainment. So here we go. So right here, aiming down. Like that. So you can use the phases of the moon to aim in the game of pool. So if you're somebody that cannot bend down all the time, which I totally understand, but you can get some exercise too, you know, because you're going down to look from your view. So again, use the cue ball as the planet Earth, and all the object balls. So we got 15 moons on the table basically. So now I said in the beginning that the cue ball would be your moon, but I changed my mind, because at the end of the day, we're still looking at the object ball to aim, so it would make no sense for the object ball to be the moon when we're looking at certain parts of the ball. So these object balls, all these object balls are considered the moon. So let's keep that in mind. So if you know the phases of the moon, there's the full moon, there's the new moon, which is the same thing. Full moon and new moon will be straight shots. Then you got first quarter and last quarter, which would be just a little bit halfway, like halfway of the object ball from the center of the ball. So that's, you know, just a little bit like that. And then you got the waxing, waning crescents, and the waxing, waning gibbouses, which is the certain quarters of the object ball. So that's how we would use those methods. So if you want to bend down and find out what phase of the moon you're looking at, think of the cue ball as the Earth, think of the object ball as the moon. So if I were to go down on the contact point in this shot, I can see half of the right side of the 11. So if I can see half of the right side of the 11, that means this one will be a first quarter shot. So a first quarter shot means that we're hitting a little bit to the left side of the center of the 11. Like that. Now clearly the seven ball is a straight shot, so this would be either a new moon or a full moon. But in our case, if we were to go down, this would be a new moon, because when we go straight down, we can't see the object ball. But this would be a new moon shot, which is, in other words, a straight shot. Now the 13 is also a straight shot, so this would be either a new or a full moon. They're both the same. Like that. Same thing with the 15. That's also a new or a full moon. Straight shots. Now let's find a shot that's not straight. So the 6th ball is not straight. So the contact point is about here, so that means that since the tip of my stick is going to be a little bit to the left side, which means that I would see the right side pretty well. So the right side, if I can see the right side pretty well, then this is a first quarter view of the shot. So that means that I would use just a little bit of the left to hit that shot. Now, like I said before, and I'll say it again, all frozen shots just hit the rail and the contact point at the same time to make those shots there. Those are frozen shots where the object ball is touching the rail. Okay, let's look at the number 7, the number 4. So contact point is a little bit of the left side of the center. So again, we got another first quarter shot based on the phases of the moon. So first quarter shot means we're going to hit a little bit of the left side of the center of the object ball. Okay, good. That was a good shot. Now, for the next shot, let's say we got the 10 ball over here. We're going to cut it to the corner. So we already know that the contact point is here, but now this is a little bit closer to the left side. Not all the way out, but just a little bit. So in this case, we'll be shooting a waning crescent shot based on the phases of the moon. This will be a waning crescent shot because when you go down on that contact point, you're going to see a lot of the right side of the object ball. Again, think of the object ball as the moon and the cue ball as the earth. So you're going to try to hit, barely hitting the left side of the 10. So that's really I missed the contact point, but if I hit that contact point correctly, it would have landed into that pocket. So if we look at number 2 over here, it's the same thing, but now it's the opposite side of the ball, where the contact point is on the right edge of the ball. So right edge of the ball, meaning this would be a waning gibbous shot, a waning gibbous. Like that. So you got to know the phases of the moon. Again, I've already said it before and I'll say it again. All your straight shots are either full moon or new moon. Halfway between the edge of the ball and the center, that's about a third of the edges. Those edges are first and third quarter shots based on the phase of the moon. And anything that's near the edges of the ball is either waning or waxing crescent or waning or waxing gibbous, depending on which side. Now, keep in mind, the gibbous would be the left side of the object ball, and then crescent would be the right side. If you know the 8 phases of the moon, and yes, you can use those 8 phases of the moon in the game of pool, because at the end of the day, you're hitting different parts of the object ball to make your shots. Now, in this case, let's say we have a frozen shot here. This is clearly right here, so we're hitting the far edge of the 10. So since we're hitting the far edge of the 10, this would be a waning gibbous. So this is a waning gibbous shot right here on the 10. So that means a little bit of the left side of the cue ball is going to hit a little bit of the right side of the 10. Just a little bit, not too much. So here, this 9 is a straight shot. And remember I said it before, and I'll say it again. Your straight shots would be full moon or new moon. Doesn't matter, they're both the same. Like that. Okay, so let's say I want to shoot this shot where I want to cut the 3 ball into this corner pocket over here, right? Or not the corner, but the side pocket. So we find the contact point, which is right there. Line it up to the center of the cue ball. So from where the tip of the stick is now, it's a little bit to the edge of the left side. So that means if we go down on that center point, that means we would see a lot of the right side of the object ball. So in this case, this shot would be a waxing gibbous. This would be a waxing gibbous shot based on the 8 phases of the moon. So since it's a waxing gibbous, a little bit of the right of the cue ball will hit that contact point, which would be something like that. I know I missed, but that's how you determine what part of the cue ball you need to hit the object ball with. So even with this shot, contact point is here. So this is going to be a first quarter shot. just to make sure that you don't foul. So that's probably the best option there. So here, this is hitting just a quarter of the right side of the object ball. So this will be a waning gibbous. Right here's a waning gibbous. Like that. Okay, 3-ball, contact point is here. So now we're looking at not the far edge, but just a little bit of the left. It's the left part of the edge. So this shot would be a waning crescent. This will be a waning crescent shot. Woo, that was close. Too soft. Now, at the end of the day, you can use any method you want, because at the end of the day, you got a pocket ball. So if you cannot do it consistently, you got to know where to expect. So here we're going to hit a little bit of the left side, the center of the object ball. So this would be a first quarter shot, based on the 8 phases of the moon. In that case, I shot a straight shot. I noticed right as soon as it hit. That was a straight shot. It was supposed to be a first quarter shot. So this will be last quarter because it's the other side. That's better. I'm supposed to do that on the 5, but I didn't. Okay, so let's say we want to go for the 5-ball, go down to the corner, that's the contact point. So we're hitting just a little bit of the left side of the object ball. So this will be a waxing gibbous shot. Waxing gibbous. Oh, that should have landed. Come on now. Woo! Can't get any closer than that. Alright, let's do a combo. Same thing. Waxing gibbous. And it missed that. So for the 5, that's a straight shot. So clearly a full moon or a new moon. And now for the 3. So contact point is right here. So this is just not too much of the right side, just a little bit of the right side, which is about a quarter of the edge. So a quarter of the edge in this case would be a waxing gibbous. This would be a waxing gibbous shot here if I want to cut the ball over here into this corner. Alright, so now if I go over here, here's our contact point. We're way out this way now for this shot. So since we're way out, this would be waning gibbous. This is a waning gibbous. Not waxing gibbous, but waning gibbous. And that's how we would make the 3-ball. Now, I know I scratched on a lot of those made shots, but here's the thing I want y'all to keep in mind. I do have a warp table, but this table's still an adult-sized table, but I can still tolerate it. Now, that's just for aiming. Now, when it comes to cue control, that's different. Cue control is a different story. Because there's 2 things you gotta understand when it comes to a game of pool. You gotta know how to aim, which means shoot, before the shot, and then cue control, where you want to position a cue ball for your next shot. That's the 2 phases. So if you can't get both of those phases down pat, then it'll be hard for you to win pool games. So the method I use the center of the table as my way of figuring out what part of the cue ball, what type of spin I want to put on the cue ball. I use the center of the table. But let me explain how that works. So there's the break. So what I do for the most part, there's 2 ways to determine what type of spin I want to put on a certain shot. I could use the current ball that I'm going with, trying to score first, or I can go with the ball that I want to lead to. So there's a lead shot and there's the current shot. So if I want to use the current shot to determine my spin, I basically line up the center of the object ball to the center of the cue ball. Then I create a line from the object ball that I'm going to shoot to the center of the table. So from the center of the table to that ball, that line is going to go in a top left direction. So what that tells me, if it's going from center to the ball, going top left, that means I'm going to use top left spin on the cue ball. That's how I determine spin using the center of the table. So in this example, if I have this shot here, where I'm lining up the 14 down to the corner, I already know right away it's a straight shot. But what type of spin am I going to use? Just go from the center of the table to the ball. So that arrow is going from center to right. Not top right, not bottom right. It's just going to the right. So that tells me right away that I would use right English only. No top spin, no low spin, just right English. Just like that. So let's say I'm going to go for the 7. I already know where my contact point is, which is here. So if I go from the center of the ball to that object ball, it's going a little bit above the right side. So it's going here to here. So it's right English. Or in this case, left English, I mean. So I would use left English on this shot. Like that. So now with this shot with the 12, so if I go from here to here, that's top right. So I use top right spin for this shot. Like that. Now if I want to go for the 5 ball, I already know that this is the contact point. So but from here to here, it's left spin. Because from here to here, that arrow is going to the left. So we're using left English to hit this shot. And apparently I did not hit the contact point correctly. We won't make all of them. So now here, this 3 ball. I already know this is a straight shot, but spin-wise, now from center of the table to that 3, the line is going top right. So that tells me right away that I'm going to use top right spin, or not top right, but top left. From my view, it's top left. So I would use top left spin to make that one. So basically, when I approach the game of pool with cue control, the type of spin I want to put on the cue ball is based on the center of the table to where the object ball is. And I'm creating a line going that direction. So there will be shots where I will shoot drawbacks. It just depends on the shot. Like, let me give you all an example. If I have a shot like this, where I'm here, I'm shooting this one, right? But the 5 is on this side of the table. So then if I create that line, it's going here to here, which is going bottom right. It's going towards the bottom right corner. So what that tells me, in a sense, the 5 is close to the center of the ball. I'm not going to use that much spin on the bottom right to make that 5. Okay, so there will be shots with this cue control method where you will have drawback shots. It just depends on where the balls are. So like in this case, from here to here, the direction of that line is going top right. So lining up my points, I'm going here and going top right. Top right spin. So all these shots, see here's the thing. If you want a drawback shot, you want the object ball to be on this side in this example. But anything past the center of the table, a lot of them are going to be top spins. So like this case, this is top right. And it makes sense because top right spin allows me to hit these balls because drawback would not allow me to do that. So now if I want to go with, so at this point, all these balls here are going to be either left English or top left spin. Like this shot is going to be top right, but the 2 would be left spin, the 15 would be top left. Here, well now in these examples here, these are bottom left and bottom left. So some of these shots will require some English, but let's go with the 15 so we can get these balls bricked out. So from here to here, it's going a little bit this way. So it's going to be left English, but a little bit of top. So that's how I determine cue control when I play the game of pool. So let's say with this 13, I want to go 13 in the corner, right? I already know my contact point, which is here. So based on the center of the table to that object ball, the arrow is going top left, that line. So that means I'm going to use top left spin on the cue ball. Now the reason why I missed is not because of the spin, it's because I missed the contact point. And this is why I was talking about in the game of pool, you gotta know how to aim and know cue control. I already explained aiming with multiple different methods, and I gave y'all the new method, which is my newest aiming method I've ever talked about, which is the moon method. But of course I can go back to the older methods, which is okay, because not all methods are a magic stick or a magic wand for you to aim better. They all just different tools that you could use to help you aim better, for the most part. But at the end of the day, you got to execute. That's what it comes down to. So, based on this is the contact point when I look at this shot. So, cue control wise, from here to here, that line is going left. So that means I'm going to aim down at the contact point and then hit the left side of the cue ball for left English. It will look something like that. But again, missed the contact point, it didn't work. So, cue control does not matter if you don't know how to aim. So, I'm showing y'all how I use cue control. So here, this is a straight shot, but cue control wise, from the center to here, that's bottom right. But see, I can't go bottom right, so I go top right. I couldn't go top right because the cue ball wasn't touching the rail. So here, from here to here, it's top right spin. So if I aim top right, look at the cue control, look at that. Gave me a shot on the 11. So here, this is the contact point. So from there to there, it's going to be a little bit of, so I'm on the rail, so it'll be the left side of the cue ball. Of course, I missed the contact point. Another example here, so from here to here, this is, now you got to be behind the cue ball when you do this. So from here to here, this is top right spin. So in this case, I have to go top right anyway because I'm near the rail. And that's how it looks. Not bad of an angle either, since I made that shot. Now for banks, I still follow my banking routine, which is another situation that I don't usually talk about. But from there to there, it's going that direction, so bottom left. So in this case, I'm going bottom left on the cue ball. And I almost made the 8. I almost made that. Okay, so I know contact point is here. Spin wise, going from the center table to the object ball is top right. So top right spin, hitting a little bit of the 4. Almost made it. That was pretty close. Pretty close. And now for the 8 ball to end with stripes, I already know the contact point is a little bit on the left side of the 8. So from here to here, it's strictly top spin. So top spin, hitting a little bit of the left side of the 8. And that's how you can determine cue control. And if we want to finish the table, this is a straight shot, obviously. But from there to, so the center of the table to there is going to be top right spin. So if I use top right spin, I can go off the rail and not scratch. If I use top spin, it would have fell into the pocket with the object ball. So here, this is a photo shot. I know to aim right here. But cue control wise, center to table to that object ball is top right. And that's how you determine that. And now again, if I were to, now you know that 8 ball that I made over here, right? So we had the 8 ball here in this case, which was right here, right? And we had the cue ball, I think it was right here, right? So I said before with cue control, since we went from here to the 8, from the center of the cue ball, this is top right spin or top spin, okay? But let's say if we had the 8 ball here, where both balls are not past the side pocket. So that tells me right away this is where I'll use a drawback shot. So let's say, just for sake of argument, I want to go to that exact same corner. So now, if I go from center of the ball to here, now the arrow's going downwards. So that tells me if that line is going down from the object ball, so that means I'm going to use a drawback. Because that means I'm going to hit the bottom of the object ball. Or the cue ball, I mean, sorry. So if I hit the bottom, I got the 8 ball towards that pocket. Let me show you all again. So if I'm here, once again, center of the table to the object ball, that arrow is going down. So if it's going down, contact point, that's there. So if I aim at that contact point and I aim at the bottom of the cue ball, I clearly made the 8 and the cue ball is still on the table. Now at the same time, let's say you don't aim it properly, but let's say in this case we got top right spin. Now let's say we do bottom left, watch what happens. Now the ball's going this way. That's because I use bottom left spin. But at the same time, if I follow this method using the center of the table, so from center of the table to the object ball, that arrow's going top right. So now watch the difference if I go top right. See how the ball's going forward and a little bit to the right? It's because I used a little bit of right English with that top spin. So cue control is all about where you hit the cue ball. And a lot of people don't know where to hit the cue ball in the game of pool. So my way of approaching is using the center of the table every single time. That's how I determine cue control. Now back to aiming. So with aiming, there's 7 parts of the object ball that you're going to hit. You got the center of the object ball, you got the 2 far edges of the object ball, and then the other 4 is basically 2 pieces between the far edge and the center. So basically, the center is here, this is the far edge of the left side of the object ball, right? So you got a third of the edge, which is here, and then you got a quarter of the edge, which is here. So if I were to do that same thing, I basically got the center, where my thumbs are, the 2 quarters, which is these 2, the 2 thirds, which is these 2, and then the pinkies are the far edges of the ball. So basically there's 7 parts of the object ball that I would use to hit. And I break them down from center, third, quarter, and far. That's basically how I do it. So it would be like center, left third, left quarter, left far. Center, right third, right quarter, right far. So that's the 7 parts of the cue ball that I would use to aim. Now, how do I determine which one is which? This is how, there's several ways I do it. But let me go ahead and break first. There's several ways. Okay. So, people say to not aim for the contact point. And quite frankly, they're not 100% correct. Because there are shots in the game where you can aim directly at the contact point. And that is the center of the object ball and the 2 quarters of the left and right side of the object ball. Why? Because those 3 edges are near the center of the object ball. So you can use the center of the cue ball to aim at those points. So if I can find an example, so like this 12 ball right here. See, when I look at the contact point, it's a little bit of the left side. Not that much, but just a little bit of the left side of the object ball. So if I aim for the center of that ball, the center of the cue ball to that edge, you see how close that was? Now the reason why I missed is because I put too much power on it. So for a shot like this, you want to hit a little bit softer. Because in the game of pool, you don't have to hit shots hard. You don't have to. So I'm back in this position. Let's do the same thing. But now watch the difference when I hit it softer. See? I hit the ball softer, the ball landed. I still use the center of the cue ball to hit that left side. Now anything past the quarter edges, you're going to have to use different parts of the cue ball. So, like this example, let's see. This one's hitting about the third of the edge, so we'll just use the center of the cue ball and hit that one. Let's see. Is the 14 a good example? Let's see. Yep, the 14 is a good example. So the 14, the edge in this case on the 14 ball, is closer to the far edge. Now, when I say closer to the far edge, that means I'm just going to use a quarter of the right side of the object ball to aim. Now, I cannot use the center of the cue ball at this point. At this point, I got to use the left third of the edge. So when it comes to aiming, when it comes to cue ball, you got to use different parts of the cue ball as well to hit certain shots. Now let me just show y'all, if I use the center of the cue ball and I try to hit that contact point, watch what happens. I'm going to miss the shot, see? But now if I put the balls back like this, I'm still right quarter. But now watch the difference if I use the edge of the cue ball instead of the center of the cue ball. See how closer that was? Now that time I overcut it. Now the overcut basically means when the object ball crosses the pocket. So now we're going to do this correctly. So there's our contact point. It's just a quarter of the edge. But now I'm going to go down and use the quarter of the edge to hit that shot. Ready? Here we go. And you see, ball bounced in and out because I hit it too hard. Let's do it one more time. Now this time we're going to do the same thing, but this time we're going to slow down. Slow down on the stroke. Now you see the difference? I hit the contact point with not the center of the cue ball, but the edge, and then I slowed down the power. So you can see the difference. You don't have to overpower your shots on these strokes. Those are straight shots. So like this one's a straight shot, dead center. Alright, let's see. Let's use the 10 as the next example. So here's the contact point using my stick, so it's a little bit of the right side. So that's a quarter of the right. So that means we're going to use a little bit of the left side part of the cue ball to hit that point. That's not a good example. I had to elevate my cue on that one. Let me put myself in a better spot. Okay, let's say the 8. The 8. We're going to go into that corner. So if I look at the contact point, this is a quarter of the left side of the ball. Now far edge, that means that the tip of my stick would be on the left side of the 8 ball. But it's not. The contact point is just a little bit closer to that edge. So this is just a quarter of the edge. So a quarter of the right side will hit the left side of that cue ball. And you see I hit it softer, ball went straight to the pocket. So the 2 ball is a straight shot, so center. Center is your contact point. 5 ball in this case, contact point is here, that's about a third of the edge. So we can use the center of the cue ball for the third of the edge. You see I hit it soft, but of course my table is a little bit edgy, so here's a combination. Get those out the way. Okay, the 10 ball. Now in this shot here, this is going to be the far right edge. Why? Because the contact point is on the right side, right next to the ball. Not here, but here. So that means I have to use a quarter of the left side of the cue ball because it's also a frozen shot. So that means this edge has to hit that point as well. Hit it soft, and as you see, I didn't hit the ball correctly. So let's do it again. Alright, so contact point is right here once again. Right here. It's right there. Because if I create that line from the pocket to the edge, it's right here. So that means that it's the far right edge of the 10. So that means the far left side of the cue ball has to hit that point, and this right edge of the cue ball has to hit the rail. It looks something like that. Let's try it one more time. This time, I hit the center of the cue ball, but this time, using the cue aiming method, cue control, this is top right. So I'm going to use top right spin instead, and then still make sure those points hit. There we go. See? Pretty close. Pretty close. But the thing is, I hit it too soft. Let's do it one more time. And then after I complete this session, I gotta get back to work. But here we go. So here's our point, which is here. So top right spin. And that time I don't overcut it completely. Well, let's continue because I gotta get to work soon. So let's go ahead and make the 10. This is a straight shot because it's center. Now the 13, the contact point is here. So it's just a little bit of the left side. So a little bit of the left side means we can hit the center of cue ball with that contact point. Alright, look at the contact point here. This is quarter of the edge, so that means a third of the right side will hit that point. Okay. Four ball. I gotta empty this pocket first. Yeah, I don't have the best examples in the world, but I have no problem explaining this stuff. So here the edge is right here. So we're going to use just a little bit of the left side of the cue ball to aim with that one. Now again, try not to hit the balls too hard like I did on that shot. Now the 7, I'm going to bank it. Okay, so here's the 9 is another good example of the method I'm using to aim. There's the contact point, so it's going to be a quarter of the edge, so a third of the left side is going to hit that point. It's soft, and that should have landed. I don't know why that did not land. So frozen shots, I've already said that before, you make sure the cue ball hits the rail and the contact point at the same time. If you don't, then it's going to be a miss. Now this is a bank shot. I'm not going to talk about bank shots today. Alright, here we go. So this shot right here, contact point, is right about there. Right about there. So that means I'm going to use a quarter of the right side of the cue ball to hit that one. So that just goes to show you that in the game of pool, you're not going to always use the center of the cue ball to aim. Alright, now I gotta get back to my next task. I'll be with y'all shortly. If y'all got any questions on TikTok, I do read all the comments. And again, the AI chat is for entertainment purposes only. But I do see the real chats here on TikTok. Check how many more hours I gotta work, so that way you guys can get my full attention. I do work from home for 11, so when I say I gotta work, all I gotta do is just walk over here. Okay, so I got another an hour and 8 minutes to work, so that's about 3 tasks that I gotta get done. So, alright, let's continue. So, now the companies that I work for, they're always looking to hire other people. So if you're somebody that likes to work from home like I do, just send me a DM and I'll send you the applications so that you can apply to all the jobs that you want. Of course, keep in mind the jobs that are available, they're all work from home positions, and a lot of them you can work on your own time as long as you meet the requirements. So basically, like these companies that I work for, they look at your resume and they connect you to the best jobs that are work from home within their company. So what happens is, like, clients look for people like me, but you know, a lot of people who apply to jobs, they look for companies first. But for the companies I work for, they're agencies. So the agency connects clients to people like me, and I get paid through the company because the client already pays the company directly. So, because they have to pay the company first for the work, and then the company informs people like me when there's work available. But then at the same time, you have to be eligible for that type of work. So like they won't just hire anybody. Like you gotta have certain experience, you got certain education, In my case, data analysis work for the most part, but then there's some coding related work that I do on here, and also copywriting related stuff too. But for the most part, it's mostly data analysis and coding. But there is some other jobs available as well. They're all work like they do look for customer service agents, they do look for writers, they do look for content creators. So if you're somebody that wants to work from home like I do, all you gotta do is just send me a DM, and I will send you the first company. And if you get everything going good with that company, then I can go ahead and send you the other ones. Because I only send one link at a time per person to see who's serious and who's not. So while I'm working on this next task, see in my case I get paid $17 an hour, but a lot of these are have a time limit. Each task has a time limit. So, but despite the time limit, I can get quite a few tasks in every single day and still get paid for it. So that's the beauty of working from home for me, and I don't know if everybody watching this works from home like I do, but for the most part, I enjoy it. It allows me to go live with you guys and play pool. So as soon as I get this task done, we'll get right back into it. So let me see. Usually these tasks usually takes less than 10 minutes, even though there's a 30-minute window on these tasks. But it also depends on if the internet's good too, or not the internet, but their server. Because sometimes their server can be a little slow. But at the end of the day, I'm getting paid by the minute of each completed task. So, and each task has a certain time limit. So if you go past that time limit, then you won't get paid for the extra minutes. So like, for example, if a task has a 30-minute window and you get it done in 34 minutes, then you won't get paid for the extra 4 minutes. So you got to make sure that you're within that time limit window to get the full pay for the work you did. But there is some tasks that takes up to 2 hours to do, so they all each task varies. Like in my case, I got a 30-minute window for each task, so for me that's fine because I'll get paid $5 to $7 for each task that I get done. So. And for me, this is data analysis type of stuff, which is fairly simple with me because I got about 4 years of experience. But you can learn data analysis with YouTube, and there is some sources out there that allow you to do real life activities when it comes to stuff like that. So just keep that in mind. If you're looking to work from home, work with the companies that I work for. I work for 3 different companies from home, one of them in the medical field, one of them being data analysis, and the other one in coding. And I also do content creating on the side, and I sell products on the side too. So yeah, I stay busy. And then playing pool it's not just a hobby to me, it's also therapy. Pool to me is great therapy, both physically and mentally for me. So. Now, when I get back to the pool table, I want to talk about Shane Van Bommy's aiming method. Now, people talk about his method a lot, but you got to think we're talking about a guy who has 25 years of experience, I would say, in pool, and he basically shaft aiming method is just basically this. He uses certain parts of his shaft, not the cue ball, but certain parts of his shaft to aim. Now, that might sound strange to most people. But at the same time, it worked for him for about 25, 30 years. So if it works for him, it can work for anybody. You just have to know how it works. Now he does have a video with Jennifer Beretta, who's one of the greatest female pool players of all time. She interviews him about the method. So I will say that If you got somebody like Jennifer Beretta interviewing you, then you must be special, because she talks to a lot of different people, and like I said, she's one of the greatest female 9-ball players of all time. So, but yeah, I'll talk about Shane Van Boney's aiming method as soon as I finish this task. And so far, I got 7 minutes into the task, so that's good. See, I'm getting paid. As long as that time is running and I haven't hit that halfway mark, I'm good. So, yeah, bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. I appreciate everybody's patience who's here with me. And again, Danger Dubs, I know you've been on here. If you didn't hear my response to your comment earlier, the reason why I got the AI chat in the background, that's for entertainment purposes only, because there are people on TikTok that loves to read. So I thought putting the AI chat box on the live would be entertaining for those who love to read. So the chat bot really means nothing to me. I just did that on my AI, on my live chats, because a lot of people say that my lives are boring. But now, ever since I put the AI chat on, it really doesn't make a difference at this point. So, and I'm allowed to do that because I did list this live as having AI generated content in it. So I'm allowed to do that. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and finish this. I'm almost done with this task. I'm almost done. So again, if you're looking to work from home, whoever you are, I'd be more than happy to give you guys the job applications, and you'll automatically have me as a reference when you sign up. So I will vouch for you if you're serious on working from home. I will vouch for you. You have my word. Just send me a DM if you're interested. Okay. Just about finished, and yep, I got this task done. And now we can continue on to our next pool session. Now, for this session, I'm going to talk about Shane Van Boney's aiming method, like I said, which is shaft aiming. Now, you might think, how does he gotten 25 plus years of experience and he's one of the greatest pool players of today's generation? Because he aims with his shaft. He aims with his shaft. And this might be a little challenging for most people, but because you gotta have a strong eye to aim with the shaft. But basically, instead of aiming with the cue ball, you're gonna aim with the shaft. Basically, that's what that means. So, let's break. Good break. So I'm going to use my Minnesota Fats cue because it's a fatter ferrule. My Minnesota Fats cue has the biggest ferrule out of all my cue collections. But anyway, with Shane Van Boney's aiming method, he uses certain parts of the shaft to aim. So like, just like with using the cue ball, the center of the shaft would be him shooting center shots or quarter shots. A little bit of the left or right side of the center would be the quarter and, you know, the edges. And of course he also uses the far edges of the shaft to aim as well. So you gotta have a good eye when you go down to aim on certain parts of the shaft. So if I were to look at this 15 ball, for instance, let's say I want to cut it to this corner. I already know right away that the contact point is here, but I want to use the far left side of the shaft to aim. So the far left side of the shaft aims directly at the contact point. So that's how he aims for the most part. So if we got this shot, it's about here. So now you might wonder, how do I know which side of the ball, or which side of the shaft I'm going to use to aim? Just go by which side of the contact point it's on. So in this case, the contact point is on the right. So that means I'm going to use a quarter of the right side of the shaft to aim this shot. Okay, so just use the same side of where the contact point is. So here in this case, this is the left side. Contact point is there. So we're going to use the left side of the shaft to aim this shot here. That's how you determine those. Now, of course, this 13 is a straight shot. Well, not quite. It's not. Never mind. So it's the right side. So we're going to aim with the right side of the shaft to make that shot, of course. Fairly easy. Now we got a straight shot here. Well, not quite, but the combo. Get in there, 5. Good job. Alright, now the one here, that's the point, so it's a little bit of the right. So just a little bit of the right side of the shaft. Here, this is the contact point. It's on the quarter edge of the ball. So we're going to use a quarter edge of the shaft to aim this shot. Like that. Okay, so nice and easy. Left side of the shaft to aim the 12. For the 15, the contact point is here, so that means we're going to use the left side of the shaft to aim at that contact point. That's how we make the 15. 14. Let's say it stops here. So let's say there's our contact point, so line it up. It's a little bit of the left side of the ball. So that means a little bit of the left side of the shaft. That's how we're going to aim that shot. I'm hitting these balls too hard, that's why I'm missing. Again, you don't have to shoot these balls too hard. You can shoot them with medium speed and you'll be alright. So the contact point on the 1 is a little bit of the right side. So that means we're going to use a little bit of the right side of the shaft. Aim that shot. You can see the difference. I shot that shot slower and it went straight into the pocket. I got this chair in my way. Okay, so a little bit of the left side is the contact point, so a little bit of the left side of the shaft is how we're going to aim. Off just a little bit. Alright, so 14 went there, so contact point is about here, so just a little bit of the left side of the edge. Like a little bit of the left side edge of the shaft. Now again, I'm not using the contact ball to I'm not using the cue ball to aim, I'm using my shaft. Because Shane Van Boney, he has learned that certain parts of the shaft you can use to aim as well. So we're not using the cue ball to aim, we're using our shaft. So like if I want to bank this shot, it'll be just a little bit of the left. So here we got a double combination, just hit the center with that. Alright, I know these ain't great examples because how my table is. So this bank shot here, I know this is a very narrow bank, so I'm just going to use a quarter of the edge. So a quarter of the edge of the right side, so that means I'm going to aim with a quarter of the right side of the shaft. The 8 ball, if I had a little bit more power, wait, boom! There we go. Okay, so here the contact point is a quarter of the right side, so that means a quarter of the right side of the shaft is going to aim at that point. Like that. And then, last but not least, the 10. There's our point. So it's a quarter of the right side, so we're going to use a quarter of the right side of the shaft to aim the 10. Just like that. Now you might think, Jordan, do I need a big ferrule cue like I just used to use J-Money's shaft aiming method? Absolutely not. If you have a carbon fiber cue, then everybody knows carbon fiber cues don't have a ferrule. They don't. The house cues, they do. Now, I don't use my carbon fiber cue. I do have one, but I don't use it on this table because I got so many other cues. But I did not say that J-Money's method was called a ferrule aiming method. No, I said shaft aiming. So you're using the whole shaft basically to aim, not the ferrule. Okay. So keep that in mind when I talk about J-Money's aiming method. You're not just using the ferrule of the tip. The ferrule of the tip is this white piece right here. Anybody know what the hell is a ferrule? This is the ferrule. This white piece on this house cube, for instance. But with J-Money's aiming method, you're using almost the entire shaft, and you're just dividing it into fifths. That's basically J-Money's shaft aiming method. So let me go ahead and break this. We get something out of that? Yep, we got a couple. I think. Maybe one. So let's see. So if I were to look at these shots on the table here, so I have a shot on the 15, right? So here, the contact point is on the right side, which is about a third of the edge. So that means I'm just going to use a little bit of the right side of the shaft to aim at that point. Now, of course, I missed the contact point, so that's why I missed that one. Now, with this shot, this is a little bit of the left side. So a little bit of the left side is going to aim at that point. Like that. Contact point here is here, so that's just a quarter of the left. So a quarter of the left on the cue ball. Not the cue ball, but the shaft. Here, third of the edge of the right. So we're using third of the right on the shaft to aim. We're not using the cue ball. We're not using the cue ball to aim. We're using the shaft. So here, that's your point on the contact, which is about a quarter of the right side. So that means we're going to use a quarter of the right side of the shaft to aim at that point. Now, like I said, you got to have strong eyes for J-Money's method. You got to have strong eyes. But with enough practice, you can strengthen your eyes with this method. So with this 7, it's about here. That's the contact point, which is about a quarter of the edge. So that means we're going to use a quarter of the right side of the shaft to aim at that point. We were off target just about a little bit. Alright, next shot, we'll shoot the 8. A little bit of the left side. So a little bit of the left side to aim and hit that 8 ball. Well, these are not good examples either. These are close up, but let's spread them out. Okay, I got something to work with since I scratched. Alright, let's say we put the cue ball here and we want to go for the 13. We already know the contact point is right here, which is about a quarter to the far edge of the left side. So for this shot here, I'm going to definitely use the far left side of the far left side of the edge to aim this shot. Hit it with medium speed. Should have no problem making that shot. Now we got the 7. So looking at this, we're definitely going to use a little bit of the left side of the shaft to make the 7. 3 ball, it's a little bit of the left side, so a little bit of the left side of the shaft. So I'm basically looking at where the contact point is, and then I use the certain part of the shaft to aim it. So like in this case, if I want to cut this 6 to the corner, the side, contact point is here, where it's on the right. So that means I'm going to use the right side of the shaft to aim at that contact point. My problem on that one was I hit it too hard. You don't need to hit shots too hard, trust me. You don't need to. Not on all of them. Some of them, yes, but not all of them. To me, it's based on the distance, so power to me has to be based on distance. So like this shot is a medium speed shot, because of how close the object ball is. And since this is center, we're going to use the center of the shaft to aim and hit the 4. Again, we're not looking at cue control, we're just looking at shafts, the shaft method. So here to here, that is a third of the left side. So a third of the left side, aiming for the 6. Like I said, you gotta have a good eye for these shots. So here, this is on the far left side of the object ball. So we're going to use the left side of the shaft to hit that one, maybe that one. The 1, we're going to go here. Just this is kind of a straight shot, but I'm going to use a little bit of English. I used too much English. My fault. That time I used too much English. Alright, the 6, here's our contact point. So just a little bit of the edge, so a little bit of the right side to make the 6. Now, this shot, a little bit of the right. And now you see I got good position on the 1. A little bit of the right. Or that should have been left. I'm sorry. That should have been left. Okay. Now back to cue control. So the next one, I'm going to go back to talking about how I approach cue control. Now, what's important about cue control is you got to know where you want the cue ball to stop at so you can make the next one. So if you're ever wondering why people like Willie Mosconi, for instance, had a record of over 600 balls made in a row. You wonder why he did that? Not just because of aiming. It's because he learned cue control, cue positioning. In the game of pool, you gotta know cue positioning. That's how you become great in the game of pool. So my approach to this game when it comes to cue control is the center of the table. The center of the table is my way of determining cue control. How do I use the center of the table to determine cue control? Let me show you. Of course, cue ball scratched. That's fine. So, how do I determine cue control using the center of the table? So, let's just say we have a straight shot here on the 4, right? Now everybody knows on a straight shot, you might think, well, you can do a stop shot here and get the cue ball to stop, but what if you need positioning for the next ball? Now again, we're playing 8 ball, but I'm starting with solids, okay? But let's say I want to get a shot on the 4, and I'm playing 8 ball. I already know I got a straight shot here, but let's say I want to go for this 1. I want the cue ball to get near the 1 as possible so I can get a shot on the 1. So I look at the center of the table to the 1, okay? So from here to the 1, I'm going for the 4. I want to go for the 1, so 4, 1. See, to me, pool is like chess. You gotta think at least 2 moves ahead. Okay? So the center of the table to here, from my position, is bottom right spin. So if I use bottom right spin on the 4, you can see I got a shot on the 1. It's a far shot, but I can work with it. So, from where I'm positioned now, I got a shot on the 1. But let's say I want to get a shot on the 5. Okay? So from my positioning behind the cue ball to my shot, which is the 1, but I want to go for the 5. So I'm basically going 4, 1, 5. Okay? But I gotta make the 1, which I already know the contact point's here. We already discussed aiming, but I'm talking about cue control. So from the center of the table to this object ball, it's a little bit of bottom left. So in that case, I'm gonna use bottom left spin on the 1. Let's see what happens. So because of that, I got a shot on the 5, right? So on my next shot, let's say I want to have a shot on the 3 after I make the 5, okay? Now I got to make the 5 regardless, but we're talking about cue control, okay? This is my method when it comes to cue control. I don't use any other cue control methods. So if I want to go for the 3 after I make the 5, I use the center of the table, create a line to the object ball. So from here to here, it's bottom right spin. So my shot on the 5, I want to use bottom right spin. Oh, I missed. So that's tough. That's tough on me, but at the same time, I didn't put myself in a good position for the 3 anyway, so either way it would have been rough. But at the same time, we switch to stripes. The only shot I really see is the 11, okay? So in this case, I gotta use top spin regardless because the 2 ball is blocking my drawbacks. So if I were to look at the next shot, let's say we look at the 15. From here to here, it's top left. So for this shot here, I'm going to use top left spin using the left side of the shaft if I'm using JMoney's aiming method. Now clearly I did not hit that shot right, but it's okay. The ball's hooked here. Okay, so now I got a shot on the 3 since I'm solids now. Let's say I want to go for that 5 again because I missed that. Because I really don't have any other shot to work with unless I want to go for the 7. But let's say we go for the 5, just for sake of argument. So I'm going behind the cue ball, lining up the shot I want to shoot. So from here to here, it's a lot of spin because of how far the object ball is to the center, but I'm going to use a lot of left spin. So it'll be like this. And because of me putting the left English spin on it, it gave me a lead on the 5, as you see. So, with that being said, if I make the 5, let's say I want to go for the 6 and try to get the 6 down to the same pocket, okay? But let's just say we want to go for the 6, okay? Just for the sake of argument. After the 5, we go for the 6. I could go for the 7 if I want to, right? That's an easier shot. But at the same time, I'm thinking about that 2 and I'm thinking about that 6 because they're both in tough spots. So I like to look at the tougher spots first versus the easier ones. Because at the end of the day, you want to go after the tougher shots first. That's the important thing. So after I make the 5, let's say I want to go for the 6. So cue control wise, center of the table to here, that's right English. So I'm going to use right English on this 5 and let's see what happens. So as you can see, it did not give me a lead on the 6. However, it gave me something. So you may not have perfect cue control all the time, not like these professional world-class players. But this method allows you to at least avoid scratching for the most part. That's why I came up with this. So in this case, I only got the 7, but I have to bank it. So I'm going to use my method. We're not talking about banks here, so... Okay, so about here. So I figured out that, So let's say I want to go for the 6. So that's top left spin. So we're going to use top left spin for that. Now that was a pretty good bank. But now we got to deal with the 6 right now. Because we can't really go for the 2. So the 2 would be last. So 2 from the center to the 2, that's bottom right spin. And I'm going to do that over there, so bottom right spin on the 6 and try to go cross corner on the 6. Alright. That one was tough. It put me in a bad spot regardless. So for stripes, I could go for the 15, but let's say I want to get a lead on the 12. Okay, so from here to here, that's bottom left spin. So line up my contact point. Now I can only go top left because I'm on the frozen rail, but I still want to go left side of the cue ball on the spin. Now that was bad because I hit the center of the ball, so I didn't really get cue ball correctly. Now I'm gonna look at this 2. I cannot go straight down, so the only shot I really got is the 6. So I'm gonna put the 6 here. So from here to the 2, it is top left English. So I'm gonna line up the contact point and put top left English. Why did that not fall? I don't know, but that's how you're supposed to do it. And it gave me a shot if I want to hit the 2. But let me go ahead and do this combo and get this out of the way. Okay, so I got a straight shot on the 13. But if I want to look at that 2, that is 11 I mean, so that's top right, a little bit of right. Which, it would have gave me a lead on the 11, but the 8 ball's in the way, so that gives me alternatives. So, let's go for the 10. We still want to go for that 11, so line's going that direction, so we're going to use a little bit of left. Okay, so now we got the 6, we missed the 12. Never mind, we don't have the 6. So we gotta go for the 2, play defense. So here would be a defensive shot, or you would say safety. Alright, here we go. Now we got something to work with. So I'm gonna go for the 11 first, but I'm gonna go for the 14 after the 11. So from here to here, that's top right spin. So, top right spin, would look like this. Get it nice and soft, got a lead on 14. Now clearly the 2 stripes are on this side, so from here it's here to here, that's a little bit of top right. So just a little bit of top right, not much, just a little bit. That's why I wanted to do that. So that's a pretty decent lead for the 10. So if I want to go for the 10, no, actually let's go for the 15 because I go here. And then this is left spin for the 10. So I'm going to try to bank the 15 with left English. There it is. There's the 15. Nice. Alright. So now we got to go. So clearly from here to here, from where the cue ball is, behind the 10, this is top spin. So we're going to use top spin to hit the 10. Now, I hit that too hard because look where the cue ball stopped at. But, it's not going to stop me from making the 8 ball. So now, if I'm down to the 8 ball in the game of 8 ball, then I just go from where the 8 ball is to the center of the opposite. It's opposite. So it would be 8 to the center. So 8 to the center would be bottom right. But since I'm on the rail, it would be top right. So I'm going to use top right spin to hit the 8. And I almost made it. And look at the result of where the cue ball is. It did not fall in the table despite the miss. Alright, so I'm going to go for the 6 first. It's either I go for the combo or go for the 6. I'd rather go for the 6. So from center of the table to the 2, it's going to the right. So that means I'm going to use right English on the cue. Or actually left English, I'm sorry. That was left English, because center from here is going left. But as you can see, that left English spin gave me a shot on the 2. So I'm going to look at the here, and then I'm going to look at the cue. I'm going to look cue control first. So usually I look at cue control first before I go to aim. So here to here, I'm going to use bottom left spin. So aiming here. So I'm going to be right like this. That. And then to finish the game, I'm down to the 8 ball last. So instead of going center to ball, I'm going ball to center. So with this, 8 to the center is bottom left spin. So I'm going to use bottom left spin, looking at the contact point to finish the game. And as a result, cue ball is still on the table. Now, let me see the timer on the job real quick. 35. Alright, I gotta continue to my next job. So, I'm gonna go ahead, get this done. Now, I'm gonna switch to 9-ball and use the same methods that I've been using this whole time. Shane's shaft Damon method and my cue control method. Okay, so I need to continue on my next assignment. So in this assignment I mentioned, you won't get paid for the extra time because there's a time limit for each task. Now in this case, my task is a 30-minute window, but I'm gonna submit it at the 37-minute mark. Well, I can edit my time to make sure that it's accurate. So luckily for me, I can do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and submit. It says 37, so we don't want 37. We want, let's put it to 26 minutes, and then we got to put in seconds. So we'll put in 26 minutes and 18 seconds. That's fair enough. Got that one done. Alright, so I can do another task. That's good. So I'm not done with my shift for the week, so I can go ahead and keep going. Do the same one I've been doing. I need to find a photo, which this is a good one. Yukon photo. Let's go to the next one. Okay, this one's good. Now I just need to see if it's a wonderful photo. It should be. I mean, it's not AI. Okay, yeah, this one's good. Let's get a screenshot, photo, put it in my tool. I already got the instructions on the tool. I'm just going to say now, same based on this image. And the tool will give me the answers I need. I just got to put it into the system. Because right now, the company is paying me for feedback on different photos, and it has to be non-AI related photos. Okay, so we're going to break this down. Right. Okay, so I just need to verify this task to make sure that it's good to go, and I continue on with pool with y'all. So I appreciate everybody's patience. Now, as I mentioned with my cue control method, for those of y'all that stuck with me, this works for any game. And I want to use 9-ball because that's a really popular game at the table because it involves cue control, aiming, and position play. So here's the thing, cue control, like there's 3 things to the game of pool. There is aiming, there is cue control, and cue positioning. Okay? Aiming is just basically having the proper stance, the proper stroke, and knowing where to hit the cue ball on the object ball. Cue control is what type of spin you want to shoot. So you got before the shot, during the shot, and after the shot. Before the shot is your stance, your stroke, and your aiming technique. Cue control is during the shot, on what type of spin you want to put on the shot. And then cue positioning is where the cue ball stops for the next shot. So if you can get those 3 down in the game of pool, you should have no problem winning games. But I'm going to share y'all my approach to every single shot, especially cue control. So, let's go ahead and break. We'll break from here. Okay, kind of expected that. So, the 2-ball is right there, so cue control wise, I can tell you right away I'm going to use top left spin. I already got that out of the way. Now, I determined cue control before I even look at the shot, okay? So, I can tell right away if I'm going for the 2, I'm going to use top left spin. Now, I'm going to look at the shot. I already know right away that cue control wise, this is the contact point and it's a frozen shot. So, that means I'm going to use top left spin, like I said, and hitting the right side, using the right side of the shaft to aim. Now, of course, it gave me a little bit of space to work on the 2, so that's good. 3 is all the way up there, so cue control wise, I'm going to use top right spin. Now in this case, I'm going to play defense because I really don't have a shot, but I'm going to still use top right spin. And luckily for me, I got a combo, so that's what's up. But then I scratched. No biggie. So, now that I got this shot out the way, we're going to shoot a straight shot on the 2. Let's look at cue control first. Center the ball to the 3-ball that is top right spin, which is smart. I want the cue ball to go that direction anyway. So, center the ball using top right spin. So it'll be like this. Top right spin. Like that. Okay. So, behind the 3-ball and the cue ball in this case, looking at the 4, from here to there, it is left English. So this shot here, I'm going to use left English. Now it's got to go down on the contact point. Like that. Now I got a shot to get the 4 into that corner pocket. So before I aim, I'm going to look at cue control first. So from here to the 5, because we're playing 9-ball, this is bottom left English. So I'm going to use bottom spin basically. Contact point is here, so it's bottom spin. And look at that. Pretty good lead on the 5. Pretty good. Looking at the 6. Cue control wise, I'm going to use bottom left spin. Aiming wise, we're here. Like that. Not the best positioning in the world for the 6, but it's giving me something to work with. I can cut the 6 into the corner, I can bank it, but I'm going to tell you something. If you're playing 9-ball, you rarely want, unless you're playing 9-ball bank, that's a different story. But we're playing regular 9-ball here, so clearly, regular 9, I don't want to bank it. So looking at the 7, cue control wise, it's top left spin. Aiming wise, about here. So top left spin. using the right edge of the shaft. Almost made the 9. And look at that lead on the 7. Very nice. So the 9 ball, from here to here, that is clearly bottom draw with a little bit of left English. Contact point wise, we're right here. So I'm just going to use bottom, left spin, and then nice and soft for that. Now I'm down to the 9 ball, but I flip the procedure when it comes to cue control. Instead of center to ball, I'm using ball to center on the last ball. So from ball to center, from where the cue ball is, this is bottom right spin. And I already know right away the contact point is about 1/4 of the edge. So in this case, I cannot use bottom right spin. I got to use top right spin. So I got to use top right spin to aim the 9. And I missed it. That one was tough. Usually rail shots for me are tough. They are pretty tough. Alright, I appreciate the update. I didn't see that. I'll fix it. Alright, I'll give y'all another one. Thank you for telling me.
Hey boss, charge me when you get a chance.
I'll give y'all another round of 9 since y'all couldn't really see the table. Be right with y'all. Just enjoy the commercials for a second. But yeah, this is my way of entertaining those who just wants to read. Because I do have viewers that really don't pay attention to the live. They just get on the live, and sometimes they just like to read comments. So since I don't have a big audience, I'm just using the AI chat to entertain those who want to read. Like to read comments, because I know a lot of people that do. Okay, I need to fix this camera view. There we go. Okay, we're back in business. Now I just got to tilt the camera down. Alright, so the finish on the 9 ball. I'll give y'all another round since that blocked your view, so my apologies. So I go from ball to cue, since ball to center. So cue control wise, we're going to use top right spin. Contact point, this is a frozen shot. And there's the 9. Alright, let me do it again. For those of y'all that saw the session, but it blocked y'all's view. Again, thanks for telling me that. I appreciate you. So let me go ahead and set up 9 ball again. Now again, I do look at the chats from my computer. If y'all wonder why I haven't looked at the phone, I'm looking at everything from my computer over there because my office is just right there on the left, behind this foundation. And I am actually working from home too, so I'm actually multitasking tonight. All right, so let's break. We'll break with my Minnesota Fast Cue. For those of y'all who don't know Minnesota Fast Cue, he actually played during Willie Mosconi's time, but he was in the Hall of Fame in 1998. Minnesota, if you guys know the movie The Hustler, the movie was supposed to be based on him, but it's not a true story about him. But Minnesota Fats also has his own movie called The Player, and he also has a tutorial video on YouTube, which you guys can check out as well. But Minnesota Fats is one of the greatest pool hustlers, I should say, of all time. But anyway, let's go ahead and get started with another round of 9. I'll explain everything again since y'all got the view blocked off. Okay, so not a good position on the 2, so we'll have to play defense. But regardless if I'm playing defense or safety, I still focus on cue control as much as possible. I still do that. So despite me having to play defense, I still look at cue control first. So where the 2 ball is from the center, but we start from center to here. So the only time I go from ball to center is if it's the last ball on the table, like if it's 9 ball, if I'm on the 9, if it's 8 ball, if I'm on the 8. But until I get to the 8 or 9, regardless of the game, or even if it's 10 ball. But until we get to that last ball to win the game, we go from center to our lead ball. Okay, so from center to the lead ball, after we hit the 1, cue control wise, we're going to use bottom right spin. So if I can hit this ball using bottom right spin, I'm going to go 2 banks. Try one more time. I didn't hit that correctly. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. Was off a little bit, so ball in hand. So now we're going to go over here, I'm going to do a combo to get that 3 out of here. Cue control from here now is top left. From center of the table to our lead ball. So top left spin on the 1. But we're going to hit the 3 ball in the corner pocket. So when you're playing, you're not going to explain cue control. All you're going to do is tell people, hey, I'm going to do a combo of 1 and 3. And then in your mind, you're going to say, okay, I'm going to shoot top left spin. Okay, so FYI, look at that lead on the 2. Look at the lead on the 1. If I made that 1 on that shot, which wasn't going to happen, I still had a lead regardless. So that's why I use, that's the cue control method I use. So now we're going to look again. So cue control with the 2, our lead ball, here to here. That's bottom right spin. So I'm going to use bottom right spin on the 1 to get that 1 into the pocket. But we need cue control first. So using JMoney's shaft aiming method, it'll be like that. Now with JMoney's shaft aiming method, I was using just a little bit of the right side of the shaft to aim. I was not using the cue ball. Okay, so now we're where the 2 ball is now. So now our lead ball is the 3. So cue control wise, the lead ball for cue control, we're going to use top right spin on the 2. Cue control wise, we're going to use a little bit of the left side. So top right spin using the left side of the shaft. Okay? Lead ball is 4, so from center of the table to the 4, that's bottom, a little bit of like it's bottom, but a little bit of right spin, so slightly right spin. Cue control wise, we're going to use just a little bit of the right side of the shaft to aim with medium speed. And as you see, look at the lead on the 4. Isn't that nice? But that's how I determine cue control. I use my lead ball to find out what spin I'm going to put on my current shot. Because in the game of pool, you got to treat this like chess. You always got to think 2, maybe even 3 steps ahead to beat your opponent. So with the 4, we're right here. But again, I like to look at cue control first. So from the center of the table to here, as I'm lined up to the 4 and the cue ball, so from here to the 5, it's clearly left English. So this one I'm going to use left English, aiming not exactly at the contact point because it's English, but I'm going to aim at the corner of that English. And it's the right side of the object ball, so I'm going to use right side of the shaft. Oh, that was a tough miss. I should have slowed down. I should have slowed that shot down. I would have made it. And because of me not making that 4, it hit the 7 and blocked my path. So it would have been a good lead if I didn't hit that 7. But we gotta still hit that 4. So from this angle, I gotta use the shaft because this foundation is blocking my path. So we're going to try to cross corner this 4, but looking at cue control, so it doesn't matter if I'm shooting banks or not, I still determine cue control first. I'm already behind the cue ball from the ball I'm going to hit, so from here to here, that's top right spin. So I'm going to try to use top right spin to go cross corner on the 4. And I missed it completely. Let's try again. See, I can't even go down because this foundation is behind me, so here we go. Do it again. That's better. At least make it look, make it look like we're not fouling either, so. Alright, now we gotta still hit that 4. So we're right behind the 4 on the cue ball. So from here to here on the 5, this is right English, a little bit of top spin. So contact point wise, we're here. Now in this case, we got to use the extension, or the mechanical bridge, as they would say. So since the contact point is here, we're going to use the far right edge of the shaft to aim, and then Q control wise, we're going to use just a little bit of top right spin, so it'll be about right here. And the 4 ball did not land, or did it? Yep, it did. Woo! That was close. Alright, so it's not the best lead in the world for the 5, but we got something to work with. So with the 6 being our lead ball now, here to here, this is clearly bottom left spin. Now remember, you got to be behind your current ball that you're going to hit and the cue ball to determine cue control. So you see I'm standing behind here, so I'm looking at cue control first to my lead ball. Lead ball is here, which is the 6, so we're playing 9 ball. Here to here, that's bottom left spin. So we're going to use bottom left spin on the 5. Contact point is here, so we're going to use left side of the shaft to aim, and we're going to go bottom left spin. Let's see what happens. I was off by a little bit. All because I got a habit of hitting these balls too hard. In 9 ball, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to hit these balls hard. Alright, let's continue on. That's okay. I'm learning as I go. So back to the 5. Let's get behind the cue ball on 5. Where the 6 is to the center of the table, that's top left spin. So we're using top left spin on this shot on the 5. Contact point is right there. So we're going to aim with the left side of the shaft and go top left spin. I almost made a combo on the 9, but luckily I got the 5 to fall. Okay, cue ball did fall. Alright, so we got the 5. Kudos on that. 6 ball is next. Lead ball is 7. Cue control wise, this is very little top right spin. So cue control wise, we're right here, so we're going to use the left side of the shaft to aim at that point, using a little bit of top left spin, or top right I mean. Missed it by a little bit. I'm hitting these shots too hard, so that's why I'm missing too many shots. That's the reason why I'm missing. Alright, so we got the 6 ball. This is a straight shot, clearly. But cue control wise, from the lead ball, here to here, right English. So we got to hit this shot with just a little bit of right English, not too much, because of how close the 7 ball is to the center. With the cue control, it's not. Now, if the 7 was way out here, then I would use a lot of English. But with the 7 being right here, it's pretty close to the center of the table, so I really don't need that much English or that much spin. So, in this case, right English, land the 6. And now you can see that's why I didn't use a lot of right English, because look what a lead it gave me on the 7. So looking at this one, lead ball is the 8, current ball is the 7. So cue control wise, from the center to the 8, that is a little bit of top left spin. Contact point method, using Shane Bamboni's shaft aiming, is here. So that means we're going to use the left edge of the shaft and aim directly at that contact point using top left spin. Ooh, I almost made that 7 with just the shaft. Ain't that something? So even with shooting just the shaft, you can still use Shane Bamboni's method in this case. You still can. You guys seen I just did, even though I missed just by a little bit. Okay. So we're behind the 7 in Q. We gotta go for the 7, and then our lead ball is 8. So Q control wise, this is bottom left spin. So that means we're gonna use very little bottom left spin because of how close the 8 ball is in the center. But we're gonna go to that corner on the 7. So we're gonna use the left side of the shaft, going a little bit of bottom left spin. I missed it again. You gotta be kidding me. This goes to show you I haven't perfected Shane Bamboni's method yet. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Okay, behind the 7. Cue control wise, where the 8 is, just a little bit of right English. Contact point is here, So we're going to aim with the left side of the shaft, using a little bit of right English. Let's see if I can get this down. That's better. Got it. And look at that lead. Ooh, almost. Ooh, damn, it went behind the 9. Hit it too hard, apparently. We're going to try it anyway, so let's see. So, lead ball is the 9, so bottom left spin. Contact point is there, so we're just going to use a little bit of the left. I'm going to hit that 9. I'm going to hit it. I'm going to hit it. So, I'm going to have to play defense. And I didn't hit the 8. I didn't hit it. Okay, well let's say that was a foul because I didn't hit the 8. Let's say we got a straight shot on the 8 now. We want to get a lead on the 9. This is a good example of what I'm talking about with cue control. So, since the 9 ball is pretty close to the center, we really don't need that much spin. But in this case, cue control wise, from here to here, going behind the 8 and 0, the cue ball in this case, is going to be left English, but a little bit of draw. So it's going to be like a little bit of the bottom left of the cue ball. Shooting it straight. Now, since it's a straight shot, we're using the center of the shaft to aim it, but this time we're just going to tilt a little bit to the bottom left of the cue ball. And look at that lead. Now, this is what I was talking about earlier when it comes to cue control. When you're down to the last ball, you do not go center to ball. You do the opposite. Ball to center. Why? Because you want the cue ball to be near the center of the table on the last ball if you can. So with that being said, cue control with the 9 would be bottom right spin. Now, bottom right spin, hitting the contact point. I had to use top spin because this foundation was behind me, but let's say we can put this here, but let's bring this over here so I can go down. So I can go down right here, okay? So I just had to bring the cue ball a little bit this way because of this behind me. But anyway, so now with this being out the way, I'm going to shoot this same shot, again, from the object ball to here, bottom left spin. So we're going to use bottom left spin, hitting the contact point. And as you can see, I didn't have to touch the rail that time because I used bottom left spin. Top left spin, the cue ball would have hit the rail. So either way, that's good. Alright, let me see how I'm doing on the timer on my job. Okay, I gotta work on my next job. And I'll give y'all another round of 9 ball. This is actually good timing too. I didn't hit the 30-minute mark, but it's pretty close. So this is good timing for me to continue on with the next job. Alright, let me see how many more I gotta do. I should be close to finishing up by now, but I'm gonna double check and see. Let me see where we're at. So I just gotta put in 13 more minutes. So this won't take me too long to get done. So here we go. Alright, so by the time I get this task done, then I'll be done with my shift for the week because I got a 30-hour limit this week. So this will not take me long, and I've already done 29 hours and 47 minutes this week. So this is good timing actually. So here we go. Let me go ahead and get this task done, and then we'll actually be good work-wise. That way y'all can get my full attention after this. Alright. So I do appreciate everybody's patience as I work. Now, if you want to work from home like I am, you can have that opportunity. Just send me a DM if you're interested. These jobs are very similar to LinkedIn and Indeed, except they provide you with legitimate remote jobs that they are willing to pay. See, these are agencies, right? what's cool about these agencies is the client pays the agency first to offer the jobs to people like me. And then people like me take these jobs and the company pays me directly. So I'm not paid directly with the client. The only time me and the client are involved is if we're communicating outside of the platform. Like in this case, the client and I, we communicate through Slack, which is totally fine because Slack is connected with the agency. So the agency can monitor all the chats. So that's perfectly fine. So that's really the only time the client and I would communicate, but for the most part, when it comes to money, the company makes sure that they get their cut first before workers like me get the rest of the cut, which is whatever the client offers the workers. So like in my case, I might be paid $17 an hour, but they may have to pay, but the client may have to pay the company first. Let's say it's doubled. So that means we would get 17 of the $34 an hour that they have to pay for us. So like if they put in, you know, they want to let us know how many workers they want and all that stuff. So we're just getting, so what I'm basically doing is I'm getting a percentage of whatever the company's making off the clients, because the company's willing to pay the rest of the percentage to the workers who get the job done. So I hope that makes sense. That's why I'm saying this is very similar to LinkedIn and Indeed, but the difference is you can also get paid on commission if you bring other people in. That's why I'm saying if anybody wants to work from home and they want to work with my company, send me a DM. Because I offer this to anybody who's serious about working from home, who's willing to put in the hours like a regular job. Because this is a regular job, but the beauty of this type of work is you can work anytime you want. You can put in whatever hours that are available. Like in my case, this week I'm working 30. Last week I worked 56. Because each week varies. So as long as you're willing to put in the extra work, you can make money from home legitimately. So if you guys want to learn more about it, just send me a DM, and after I get off the live here, I'll be more than happy to look at the DMs. I'll be more than happy to send the registration forms to you guys so y'all can fill them out and apply to as many jobs as you want. And if y'all want people that you might know, like if you got friends and family that are looking for work too, then you can refer them to the company and you can get paid on commission if they land a job. So the only way, so like for instance, if Fishing and Turning, who just joined the live, if he came to me and said, hey, I need a job, and let's say I give him the application, right? He fills out the application, he puts in his resume, he does the interviews, which is AI interviews by the way, and he lands a job. I will get a commission as soon as the job lands, and each job has different commission rates. There's some jobs that goes upwards of $1,000 per hired applicant. Now, I don't know about y'all, but if you can make up to $1,000 for every person that you refer, as long as they land a job, who would not want to do that? Feel me? That's if. That means you got to put in the work on promoting and advertising and presenting yourself. So my way of presenting myself is actually doing the work live while I'm playing pool. So if I can do that, then you can do other things. Like you can spend time with your family and work. Sometimes, like my lady and I, if we're watching a movie together, she don't mind me working while we're watching a movie. She don't mind at all. Because it's getting paid while watching movies is amazing. It's like getting paid while I'm playing pool and going live with you guys. So it's amazing. Like I can even do this on the road. Like if we were to take a trip together, I got a hotspot on my phone, no problem. You know what I mean? So if you want to work from home, just send me a DM. Serious inquiries only. Make sure that you have a resume, and they do pay through Stripe. So that's how they transfer the money to your bank account. So you have to have a Stripe account in order to receive your money to your bank account. They don't do bank-to-bank transfers. They do Stripe-to-bank transfers. So make sure that you have an active Stripe account in order to get paid. Because anybody can have a bank account, but Stripe verifies all the payments before the workers receive the money. So that's amazing, because your money will be secured as long as your bank account information is on your Stripe account. The companies and the clients don't need to know that information, because once it's sent to Stripe, Stripe verifies the payment that they received it, and then Stripe transfers it to your account. So to me, that's very safe and very smart. need to get some more work done. So I appreciate everybody's patience. Alright, so let me see how am I doing on TikTok real quick before we continue. So let me go ahead and get off of this. See what's up on TikTok real quick. Okay, no biggie, no viewers. That's fine. No problem. Anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you all example, one more example with 9-ball. Now again, even if you're playing rotation pool, you're still going to do the same thing. Now, after this round, I'm going to show you all a round of one pocket, because you can also use my cue control method in one pocket as well. So there's going to be a lot of defense involved. To me, one pocket is the most defensive game in the world. But before we do, like I promised everybody, I'll give you all a round of 9-ball first. One more round. So here we go. Right from here. Got the 8. So, not bad of a lead on the 1. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. So, cue control wise, we'll go through this rather quickly. So from here to here, bottom left. Oh, I made the 4. Nice. Okay. So from here to here, top left. Nice. 3's over here, so here to here is top right. Don't go behind the 6. Oh, I scratched. Okay, I scratched. That's fine. Cue ball here. That's the rail on the 3. So here to here, that's bottom right. So bottom right. I have too much power. That's okay. We still got a decent lead on the 5. So from here to here, I mean, this is right English. So right English. At the 5. Good lead on the 6. Okay. 7. This is clearly top right spin. Here to here. This is, I gotta use my shaft because the foundation's blocking me. So center to the table to the 9, that is a little bit of right English, a little bit bottom. Okay. Now to the 9. Again, the 9 is the last ball on the table. So instead of going center of the table to the opposite ball, we're going 9 to the center. So 9 to the center is bottom right. So at this point, we just go bottom right on the 9. So that was nearly a break and run, but I scratched. I had 1 scratch and 1 miss. So I almost got a break and run in that example. And that was a quick one. Alright, now I'm going to show you guys how the cue control method and JMoney shafting method, when you combine the two together, works perfectly fine with the game of 1 pocket. Now, for those of y'all who don't know what 1 pocket is, it's the first to pocket 7 balls into 1 specific pocket, which would be one of these 2 pockets that's near the rack. So in case any of y'all didn't know about that. Now, of course, you don't break this rack with the front row, you break on the second row, but you try not to hit it too hard either. So it'll be like that. Okay, so you guys seen that I pocketed 2 balls into 1 pocket each. This one landed and this one landed. So we don't have a lot of good leads here, so we're just going to go safety here. Could have made the 9. That's okay. So now, I got to get some leads here. So let's say I want to go with the 11, but then I want to get a lead on like... So, this might sound crazy, but with 1 pocket, cue control is going to be slightly different. Because you got to make sure that you have the cue ball lined up to your next shot, of course. So I already know I'm going to start with the 11. But let's say I want my lead ball to be the 5. Okay? So if I want my lead ball to be the 5, but I want to go into that corner, I have to create an imaginary ball in this area. Okay? So like, I like to picture, like, sometimes an extra ball helps me out. So let's say I want to use the 4 as my imaginary cue ball for cue control purposes. So from here to here, this is a little bit of top spin, but a lot of English. So with the cue ball being on this side, I'm going to go English here. So that's not too bad. That wasn't too bad of a lead for the 5. Now I'm going to do the same thing, but for my next lead ball, well, I know I'm going to go off the rail, so probably the 8. I think the 8 would probably be my lead ball. So I want the cue ball in this area. So if I want the cue ball where the tip of my stick is, this would be top left spin. Okay, so I'm going to use top left spin, hitting the edge of the 5. Oh, this is, oh, no, I ain't going to use mechanical bridge, never mind. I don't need it. I can just go like this. So I'm going to use top left spin, the edge, on the 5. And I couldn't get it. But, the opponent don't have a lead here, so here we go. You'll have to bank the 4. So we're not going to try to play defense all the time. We're actually going to try to make shots. So let's say if you want to get a lead here, let's say you want to use the 10. So let's say we want the cue ball in this area. So cue control wise, from where the tip of my stick is, because that's likely where I want the cue ball to land, it would be top spin. So I'm gonna cut this and try to get the cue ball this way. And it didn't work out. You see the cue ball went that direction too. It got to that direction. Alright, so we're switching to that pocket now because we missed. So let's say I want to cut the 10 over there, but let's say I want my lead ball to be the 1. Or matter of fact, like any of these 3 balls here. So let's say I want to go in this area. Where the tip of my stick is, this area. So spin wise, we'll use top left spin. And we're going to try to cut that way. Oh, I missed the 10. Wow. So they got a lead here on the 10 for this pocket. So if I want to determine which ball I want to lead with, let's say I want to lead with the 9. Okay? So that means I want the cue ball in this direction. So from the center of the table to where the tip of my stick is, this would be a little bit of right English. So I'm going to use right English, hitting the contact point. And that, see, I hit that too hard. I shouldn't have done that. But that's good defense though, because now you got a shot. So I have to play defense. Defense wise, with one pocket, just hit the closest ball to the pocket to avoid. Now see, this is why you need to have cue control even defensively, because you don't want to give your opponent an easy shot either. So for here, I want to cut the 6 over here, but for the next lead shot, I want to go here on the 5. So, because I want to hit this 9 and bring it this way as much as I can. So we're going to use bottom right spin, cut the 6 into our pocket over here. And that didn't work out for us. As a matter of fact, it gave me a lead for this pocket. So if I want to go here on the 14, right English. Contact point is there, so right English will look like this. Now that time, unfortunately, I used left English. I was supposed to use right, so I made a mistake. So I gotta learn the consequences. So defensively, we just hit the closest ball on those 2 pockets and get them away from the pockets. That's how you do it defensively. So going to this pocket, we'll just go ahead and bank the 4. So if we bank the 4, we want to get a lead. So top lead on the 5, or one of these. So I'll say the 5. So top right spin. And we got the 4. Nice. And we didn't get a really good lead on the 5 at all. So we get a lead on the 8. That's left English. So we'll try to cut that 5 into that corner. Unfortunately, we didn't, and we scratched. So since we scratched, this pocket lost a point. Since I'm a ball in hand, I got that ball right there. But let's say I want to hit 10 first, okay? Clearly my lead ball is going to be the 4 to that pocket, so I want to be right in this area. So clearly with cue control, we're using top left spin. So with top left spin, and this is the center of the pocket, so we're going to go right like this. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Wow, that should have landed. But anyway, we'll go here. Get a lead on the 2, which is bottom left. So bottom left. And I overcut it. Gave me a lead on the 10. So here, that's top left spin, so top left. And that's not top left. So I lost 2 points. I scratched. So ball in hand. If we get a lead on the 2, we start with the 1. So lead on the 2, bottom right spin, or bottom left I mean, so bottom left. Now I can go here. Let's lead on the 9. So bottom right spin again. And I missed. And I'm going to scratch. Oh, nope, I didn't scratch. So we got to play defense. We're at that pocket. Closest ball on their pocket. Okay, 2 balls pocketed on the side, so we're gonna go here, here. So for this pocket, we really ain't got much, so we gotta play defense. So this is what happens when you don't have cue control. Gave me a lead on the 6 on this pocket. So let's get a lead. So our lead ball would have to be the 8. No, not the 8. Well, we could try the 3. So top right spin on the 6. Yeah, that didn't do a good job for us. So this pocket's got 2 points. This pocket's got 3. So we'll have to play defense to get these 2 balls out of the way. Pretty good defense, because that pocket don't have a shot now. So he'll probably want to get the 2 ball there. No lead for that pocket. So we'll just take that 3. Well, at least we hit it. So this pocket next, so play defense again. A lot of defense, so now we're back to that pocket. No leads that I can see. Well, let's say I want to cut the 9, my lead would be 8. Or no, we'll make the lead be the 13. So let's say we cut the 9. So we're going to use top right spin on the lead as a 13. Top right spin. And that did not work out for us. We didn't even look at the contact point. So that gave a lead on the 13 for that pocket. So let's say we want to lead on the 2. About right here is where we want the cue ball to be for that pocket. So it would be top, left spin, in and out. My goodness. Well, that's good defense though for that pocket. So we'll just go ahead and bank the 9 and see what happens. Okay, good defense. So for this pocket, try to bank the 8. Away from the pocket, which is not good because that's a lead on the 12 for this pocket. So if we want to get a lead on the 9, we'll need to use drawback. And that was not the best drawback in the world. Alright, so we're just going to have to play defense. Move the 2 closer to that side of the table. Good defense. So that pocket, they would have to bank the 4 if they want to score. So we'll go ahead and do that. Good shot. That's what I'm going. But I don't have a lead on the next shot, which is not good for us for that pocket. So let's play defense, get the cue ball away from those pockets. So this is why one pocket takes a long time, because there's a lot of defense involved. So same thing, just hit the ball. Try to get as much defense as you can. Now, of course, this pocket is next, so they got a lead on the 3. So if they want to shoot the 3, but let's say they want to go for the 8. Cue control wise, we want the cue ball in this area. So clearly we're going bottom left spin on here, but we got to go top left because of this ball being on the rail. Okay. Terrible lead. So in this case, he's just going to hit the 8. Bring it that way. This pocket's up next. This pocket's got 4 points. So, of course, in this case, he's just going to hit the 10. Which is a tough spot for this ball, for this pocket, whoever has that pocket, because they don't have a shot on the 2, and they would have to cut the 14. So I would think in this case, they're going to hit the 14 and put forward spin on it. So when the 14 comes back, there's no shot for this pocket to go anywhere else. That's what I would have done anyway. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and try to make a shot. So let's bank the 9 this way and see what happens. Alright, I scratched, but if that falls, I lose 2 points. Nope, so I lost 1. So that's 3 points on that pocket, 4 points to this pocket. So right away, I got a shot on the 6. But I don't want to go for the 6 right away. I want to try to get 2 points on 2 shots. But before I do that, stand by. Alright, so I've done my work. So now you guys will get my full attention from now on. So now y'all will get my full attention. So, like I said, if somebody fouls, you don't want to try to get a point right away. You want to try to get 2 points on 2 shots. So, since that pocket's scratched, the opponent's pocket will be there. And I'll probably say the 5 would be our first lead, and we'll try to get the cue ball to that 6. So since we already know we want the cue ball to that 6, we want the cue ball in this area, we're going to use top right spin on this 5. So let's see if we can do it. Alright, well top right spin resulted us in a scratch. Or no, it didn't. Never mind. So since we did not get a lead on the 6, that's going to hurt. We needed the lead. So we're just going to go ahead and at least hit a ball. So unfortunately for that, we want to lead on the 6, cue ball in this area, so top left spin. So we're going to put top left spin on the 9, and then we hit it too hard, so that's not good. But where the cue ball stops at, now we can still go top left spin on this 10. So we'll do the same thing. Ooh, I hit the edge. That's not good, I hit the edge. Alright, so let's say the opponent wants to try to score with that 6. And if you get the lead on the 10, that's good. So, top right spin, hit the edge, for the most part. And we scratched, so we lost 2 points. Alright, so let's see. So 4 points here, 4 points here. So we're tied at 4. So the only leads I see is probably the 10. So we'll go for the 10, and let's get a lead on the 5. So we want the 5 about this area. So looking at cue control, we're going to use top left spin. So top left spin on the 10. Unfortunately, with that spin, it did not give us what we wanted. But we can play defense, which is terrible defense because now they got a lead on the 6. This pocket, this ball pocket, so it just goes there. So if he wants to lead on this 5 ball, which he's going to go for the 6 first, he will need to use right English. So right English. Shot here. Oh, he hit it. Oh, ooh, okay. Well, this is still a makeable shot. Still a makeable shot. So here's 5 points. So we're gonna go ahead and move these 5 points to this pocket. So this opponent only needs 2 more points to win. And of course, this pocket's also got 5. So it's 5-5 right now. So he's going to need a lead, so he's got to bring the ball all the way back here. So bottom left spin. Oh wow, he missed. What a miss. So for that pocket, it gave him a lead on the 5. Same thing, we got to go over here. For the most part, this is draw back all the way down. Here we go. So 6-5. But I don't have a lead for the last ball, so we're gonna have to play defense. Let's see what happens. Oh, I just gave my opponent a lead. Well, maybe not now. Well, the opponent would still want to play defense, keep that ball away, so it's nice and soft, and we hit it. But a good shooter would make that 14 into that corner. So since this is the last ball, we're still going to play it This is the last ball we need because we got 6 points. So ball to here, that is bottom right. So we're going to use bottom right spin, using the left side of the shaft. And that's game. 7, I believe it was 7-5 for the final score. So that whoever had that pocket wins the game. And that's one pocket. So you can see how using Q control in the game of one pocket works as well. Alright, well I'm done working for the week, so now y'all got my full attention here on TikTok. So really appreciate y'all sticking with me, and I appreciate y'all's support. Now, I'm going to switch gears for a moment and give you all a drill that I enjoy using. This is a personal drill of mine, one of my personal drills anyway. And we're going to need all 15 balls for this drill. So I'm going to pick 2 letters of the alphabet. Actually, I'm not going to use letters. I'm going to use emojis. So I'm going to use the emoji method, which is one of my practice methods that I use. So we need the 1 and 2 to create the eyes. 8 ball is the nose. The cue ball in my pocket here, and then we're going to use the rest of these balls, and we're going to create an emoji. So let's create the sad face emoji just for a second. So sad face, sad face. Alright, so here is a sloppy sad face emoji. Okay, so with the emoji drill, very similar to the initials drill, if you guys have heard of that drill of mine. We're going to play this game, we're going to play this drill like straight pool, but we're going to end with 8 ball. So we start with ball in hand. Let's start with the 4 ball in the side pocket. Now if we want to get a lead, we'll go here on the 6. So let's see. Bottom left spin. Missed it? That's kind of embarrassing. I had a good lead on the 6 too. Alright, well let's keep that lead on the 6. So bottom left spin. Going for the 9. 2 in a row. Okay, if I miss the 3rd one, then I have to restart. If I miss 3 shots in a row, I restart. Okay, we're going to still stick with that 6. So bottom left spin or this will be top spin on 13. Okay, restart. That was a terrible start. 3 in a row right out the gate. Yep, that's how I do it. So we'll go ahead and reset it. That was pretty sad. Yeah, if I ever have a situation where I miss 3 in a row with these drills, then I start over. So let's do this again. We're gonna start with the 9. And let's get a lead on the 12. So bottom left spin. How am I missing that shot? No freaking way. Alright, let's go. We're gonna go lead the ball with the 9. So bottom left spin here. Finally! Golly, I can't believe I missed 4 shots in a row. Terrible lead on the 9, but we can go here on the 15, that's fine. So yeah, at this point, straight pool, I just focus now. With straight pool, since I can shoot any shot I want, I don't really focus on the lead ball. I focus on the ball itself. So here to here is, so really the only time I look at the lead ball is if I'm down to the last ball in the game, which is the 8 ball. But in this case, I really don't have to, because in this drill it's like straight pool. In straight pool, you can shoot any shot in any order. So I just focus on the ball first. So the object ball, here to here is top left spin. So yeah, there's several ways you can do the cue control. It depends on the game, but you still play the same way. So 9 ball, it's going to be top left spin. So the 1 ball is going to be top left spin again. Okay, 4 ball, top left spin. Missed that one, that's 1 miss in a row. So if I miss 3 shots in a row, I restart. So for the 5, bottom left spin. Yeah, I try to avoid missing 3 shots in a row. Okay, so the 3, top right spin. Yeah, I'm making up for those misses I have. So the 6 is going to be bottom right. Nice. 2 balls, a straight shot. Bottom left spin. That is not bottom left spin. That was a stop shot. Again, with this drill, we saved the 8 ball for last, so we can keep on going. So top right spin on the 14. Good lead on the 12, but I'm gonna go for the 4. It's a better shot. So bottom left. Decent leads. Let's go for the 11. So for the 11, that is top left. Oh, scratched. Ball in hand still because the 8 ball did not get moved. So let's go for the 10. Top right spin. Okay, that's 1 miss. Okay, 7 ball. Using top right spin, not that much. Scratch again. So now at this point, I'll have to do the lead ball with cue control. So from here to here, that is top right spin. And then with the 8 ball, that is no spin whatsoever. So because the 8 ball is in the center, so no spin at all. Got it. But we still got it. Now at this point, it's kind of like rotation because we still have to hit that ball before we finish on the 8. So we have to bank. We hit it good. We hit it. Okay, we're doing the same thing. Bank it. Alright, so that's a foul. So that was our 3rd foul, but it wasn't in a row, so we're good. So let's go right here on the 12. Still a stop shot because the 8 ball is in the center. So we're going to use the right edge of the shaft to aim. And just like that, we got an awesome lead on the 8. So it's a stop shot because 8 balls in the center. We're just going to hit the contact point as is. So that was a better example of using my drill for cue control. That was the emojis drill. I know it didn't, but it is what it is. Okay, so let's do the drill again, but we're going to use a different emoji. So again, the 1 and 2 are the eyes, and then the 8 ball will be the nose, which will be the center of the ball. Now this time, the emoji we'll use is what I like to call the yelling emoji. So yelling emoji is basically create a circle the other 12 object balls. 3, 4. Yep, it's 12 balls. So here's the yelling emoji. So let's start with putting the ball on the outside of the circle. We go here. So we'll start with the 6. So again, we treat the emojis drill like straight pulling 8 ball. We save the 8 ball for last. So we're gonna go 6 ball in the corner, control wise. We're gonna use top right spin. Hit it too hard. Alright, that's 1 miss. 3 misses in a row, then I would restart. Right, gonna miss this one. Cue control wise, top right spin. Or, is it top right? No, left. Top left spin. Okay. Got a lead on the 9, or no, let's go for the 3. So, cue control wise, it's bottom right spin. So, that one. We got a lead on the 10. So, top left spin on the 10. Stop. Let's see, got a shot on the 5? Nope. Well, I kind of don't, yeah, I'll hit that 14 first. We'll have to bank the 14. This might be our first miss. Going to the side pocket, so bottom right spin. Yeah, it was nothing. I had no choice. That 14 was touching it. So that's 1 miss. 4 ball in the corner. Alright, so we're using right side to make the 4. Good shot. 9 ball, top left spin. Ah! That's 1 miss. I don't like banking on the second miss, but we'll go cross corner on the 13. Top right spin. Kissed it in, I guess. Okay, we got bailed out on that one, honestly. Alright, let's go for the 14. Cue control wise, that's bottom right spin that I'm going to use. And again, I'm using J-Money shaft aiming method. So on that one, I was using the left side of the shaft to go bottom right. So in this shot here, this is top left, and then using J-Money's method, I'm going to use the left side of the shaft. Top left, aim with left side of the shaft. I have multiple ways of aiming, but cue control wise, I always create a line from either the center of the table to the ball or opposite, depending on the situation. So until I'm down to the 8 ball, I'm going center of the table to the ball that I'm shooting on. Now if we're playing rotation, then it would be the lead ball that would do that. But yeah, the cue control is different for every single game, but it's the same philosophy, where you're using the center of the table to determine what type of spin you're going to use from where the object ball is, and in the opposite direction too. So like, if I'm going to go here on the 15, cue control wise, the arrow's going that way, so top left spin, and I'm going to use the right side of the shaft to aim. Okay, that's 1 miss. Hit that a little too hard. Straight shot here, but cue control wise, this is going to be left English. Okay, so I haven't missed 2 in a row yet, so that's good. So here we go. So cue control wise, this is top left. Aiming wise, right side of the shaft. Alright, that's another miss. Lord. Okay, let's go with the 9. Top left spin. A little bit of the left, so a little bit of the left side of the shaft. That's 2 misses, so if I miss 1 more in a row, so 3 in a row, I have to restart the drill. So moment of truth. So let's go with the 1. This is a little bit of the top left, so we don't really need that much. I'm going to aim down, using the left side of the shaft. Woo! I knew we were going to miss 3 in a row. Good lead on the 6. Very good lead. Top left spin. Using the right side of the shaft to aim. Alright, let's go for the 7. Top left spin using the left side of the shaft to aim. In and out. Woo! That's crazy. Alright, let's go for the 15. The frozen shot, cue control wise, we'll use top right spin. Aiming wise, we'll use the right side of the shaft. Very nice. Saving the 8 ball. See, the 8 ball's not being touched, which is, it's a challenge, but good way to practice cue control. 7 ball from here to here, that's top right spin. And then cue control wise, or aiming wise, I mean, we're going to use the right side of the shaft. Okay, that's 1 miss. Okay, we got a lead on the 11. So, top right spin, using the right side of the shaft to aim. Okay. So only 1 time so far we've missed 2 in a row. But now we just got to end the table. So now at this point we got 3 balls left. Now I use the lead ball for cue control. So from here to there, that's, from this angle, that's top left. So top left spin on the 7. Aiming wise, we're going to use the right side of the shaft. 1 miss, unless it's balls. Never mind, it's not 1 miss. So now from, of course, the cue ball, the 8 balls in the center, so we don't use any spin whatsoever. But since the ball is on the row, we gotta use top spin. Contact point is on the left side, so we're gonna use the left side of the shaft to aim to hit the 9. What? That 9 didn't fall. Okay, well, now that the 8 ball got moved, so from here to here, that's right English. So we're gonna use right English on that 9, using the right side of the shaft. Lead on the 8. Oh my goodness, hit it too hard. Alright, so we're down to the last ball, so I go 8 ball to center, which is bottom left spin. And we're going to use the left side of the shaft, aim at the contact point. Bottom left spin to hit the 8. Nope. 1 miss. Okay, corner pocket, it looks like. Let me see. So from here to here, that is top left spin, using the right side of the shaft. And there's the 8 ball. So luckily we did not get 3 misses in a row with that drill, with that emoji drill. Let's do one more emoji drill and then we'll switch to 10 ball. So again, let's get the 12 balls here to create the lips. I like to use the 1 and 2 ball as the eyes, and the 8 ball is the nose because it's in the center of the table. So here's the 1 and 2, create the eyes. Now this time, for our next emoji, we're going to do this emoji, which I would say that this is either the crazy emoji or the dizzy emoji, but basically we're creating a roller coaster with these 12 object balls. So it looks kind of like this. So if you just use your imagination, this is either the crazy emoji or the dizzy emoji, one of the 2, it doesn't matter. So we'll just use that, basically creating a roller coaster with those 12 balls, and we'll go ahead and continue on. So for our first ball, let's go with the 3. So that way we can get some balls spread out. So from center ball to the object ball, or center of the table to the object ball, top right spin. Aiming wise, we're going to use the right side of the shaft, going top right spin. So see a couple of those balls spread out because of the top spin. But do I have a lead on the shot? Yes, I do. The 6. So 6, cue control wise, it would be bottom left spin, using the left side of the shaft. Very nice. Now we got the 15 ball. Cue control wise, top left spin, aiming wise, right side of the shaft. Like that. So yeah, you're not going to use the center. So with Shane Van Boney's method, people don't know this, but with Shane Van Boney's method, he uses different parts of the shaft to aim. The only time he uses the center of the shaft is if he has a straight shot or a slightly edge shot, where he's slightly hitting this certain part of the center. So I don't think that 11's going to go past that 5, but let's try it. Bottom left spin, cue control wise, center of the ball. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's going to hit that 5, so that's 1 miss. Now, ooh, I have a shot on the 12. I might, yeah, I got a shot on the 12. So let's see. Cue control wise, right English with a little top. So it'll be left side of the shaft, aiming wise, with right English. Okay, 2 misses. And what do you know? I'm in a bad spot. Oh Lord. I usually don't like hitting the same ball twice, but I have to. So cue control wise, this is going to be top right spin, using the right shaft, right side of the shaft to aim. Ooh, Ooh, I'm telling you, that Shane Van Boney shaft aim method does help out. Alright, so we reset back to 0 misses. That's cool. Now that's what I call clutch, right there. When I made that rule where if you miss 3 in a row or have 3 fouls in a row, you have to reset the drill. And right there is proof that you have to be rock solid on your aiming, just as much as cue control. Alright, let's continue. So let's go for the 7. Cue control wise, top left spin, because from the center to the 8 from where I'm at is top left because the arrow's going that direction. So top left spin, using the left side of the shaft. And I overcut it. Does it fall? Wow, okay. I'll take it. Alright, let's see if we can cut that 13 into the side pocket. So, cue control wise, bottom right spin. Aiming wise will be the left side of the shaft. So we can't go bottom right, so we're going to use top right instead. But we're going to hit soft. Okay, we missed it a little bit. That's 1 miss in a row. Let's see. Ooh, we're in a bad spot. I could go for the 10. So, cue control wise, top left spin, aiming wise, right edge of the shaft is aimed at the contact point. Top right spin, or left, top left spin. And it hit another ball. Nothing landed, so that's 2 misses in a row. Ooh boy. I gotta make this 14 in the side. I gotta make it. Another clutch situation. Cue control wise, bottom right spin, but here I cannot hit the bottom right of the cue ball on the 14, so I gotta use top right. And then aiming wise, right edge of the shaft. There it is, another clutch shot. Look at that. So back to 0 misses in a row. Okay. Do I have a combo? Nah, I don't like playing combos. I really don't. Let's cut the 1 into this corner. So cue control wise, that's top right. So contact point wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft, going top right spin. Okay, that's 1 miss. I think I undercut that one. So that's 1 miss. Let's go for the 13, going down to the corner. Cue control wise, bottom left spin. Aiming wise, we're going to use the right side of the shaft. Going bottom right spin. There it is. Nice scratch. That's fine. So 1 foul, 0 misses. So 1 foul, 0 misses. So let's shoot a cross shot. 11 ball. Cue control wise, top right. Aim wise, right side of the shaft. Got a shot on the 4. Aiming wise, top left spin, or no, cue control wise, top left spin. Aiming wise, left side of the shaft. Okay. Let's go for the 9 because I think the edge is, yeah, this edge is hitting the cue ball, so I can't go for 1. But we can cut that 9. So, cue control wise, top right spin. Aim wise, right side of the shaft. In and out. That's 1 miss. Okay, we can't get this 5. Alright, let's hit the 9. Cue control wise, right English with a little top. Aim wise, right side of the shaft. So the right side of the shaft would be aimed at the contact point with the spin. Like that. That's how JMoney's method works. So we go for the 10. Go behind the cue ball in 10. Cue control wise, from the center to the arrow's going this way from my angle, from my point of view, so top left spin. Aiming wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft to hit that contact point. So top left spin, using the left side of the shaft to aim. Okay, that's 1 foul. If I get 3 fouls in a row or 3 misses in a row, I have to restart. But I'm not going to get 3 fouls in a row right now. I'm not. So, well, we'll just go right here and get the 2 ball down to the corner. Cue control wise, this will be a lot of bottom spin but a little bit of left. Aim wise, we're using the center of the shaft because it's a straight shot. So bottom, right. So bottom left spin using the center of the shaft. And that curved. So that's 2 misses, but no fouls. So we gotta be clutch in this situation. So cue control wise, a lot of left English. And then aiming wise, we're going to use the right side of the shaft. Very nice. So we're back to 0 misses in a row. So now we're down to 3 balls. This is where I use the lead ball for cue control. So I'm going to start with the 1, but my lead ball is 2. So lead ball wise cue control, that is top left spin. So we need top left spin on the 1. Aiming wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft. Okay, the 8 ball got moved. So that's 1 miss. So we can go now, we can go for the 1 again, which I usually don't like doing that, but that's okay. So cue control wise, we got to use the lead ball because there's 3 balls left. So from here to the 2, that is bottom left spin. So bottom left spin on this 1, and this is a straight shot. So the center of the shaft is aiming at the bottom left spin. Like that. I kind of popped that stroke, that's why I didn't draw back. I wanted to draw, it should have drawn back some more if I followed through, but that wouldn't have happened because I would have fouled. So we'll try to cut the 2 here, but the lead on the 8, cue control is left English. So left English using the left side of the shaft. And what do you know, we're going to bank it? Ooh, that was close, so 1 miss. But we still got to make the 2 because the 8 ball is last in this drill. So looking at cue control from the center to the 8, that's a little bit of bottom right. So we really don't need that much spin. So aim wise, left side of the shaft. Very nice. Now to finish up with the 8, we go from the object ball to the center of the table for cue control purposes. So in this case it's bottom right spin, and we're going to go to the left pocket. So we're going to use the right side of the shaft to go bottom right. Not that much bottom, but just enough. Okay, that's 1 miss. Okay. From ball to here, that's bottom left spin, aim wise, right side of the shaft. Bottom left spin with the right side of the shaft. There we go. So that's how I use Shane Van Boney's shaft aiming method with my cue control method, using the center of the table depending on the situation. But that was using my drill. Now, as promised, I'm going to show y'all how I would use the shaft aiming method with my cue control aiming with the game of 10 ball. Now again, even with rotation pool, you can still use my cue control method to determine what type of spin you want on your shots. So for any ball that involves playing in Pacific order, I use the lead ball for cue control. But if I'm playing 8 ball, then I'm using the current ball that I'm shooting with, then I go with the lead ball, if I have to. But it depends on where the balls are positioned on the table as well. Oh, wait a minute, I only need 10 balls. What am I doing? 1, 2. Yeah, there's all 10. My fault. I'm paying attention. So let me go ahead and set up 10 ball. Do the same thing. So if these methods don't make sense to anybody, just ask questions. But again, I use Shane Van Boney's shaft aiming method in this case because I'm trying to learn it a little bit more. I don't learn from watching, I also learn from practicing. So it's helping a lot. But then using that with the cue control method that I use, because I haven't really perfected cue control like that. But it's helped me on a lot of situations. So, but let's go ahead and do a demonstration of both methods. Shane Van Boney's shaft aiming method and my cue control method in the game of 10 ball. Let's do it. And what do you know? I got a golden break. I got a golden break on the 10. But in most cases, you're just repositioning the 10. But that was a nice break though. I at least got the 10 down. But there is a lot of places where it's an automatic win with 10 ball if you break and make the 10 on the break. But the real rules of 10 ball is 10 ball gets positioned in the table every time it goes in. No matter what. No matter if it's a break shot or if it's a combination shot, it doesn't matter. But in 10 ball, the only time you win on the 10 is if it's the last ball on the table. So here I can do a combination and try to make the 10 again. So cue control wise, we'll use, since we're not leading on the 2 yet, because we're doing a combo, so I can go here to here. So that's top left spin, and then aiming wise, left side of the shaft. Okay. So 10 ball is going to be on the rail, no problem. Alright, so our lead ball is over here, which is the 2, so I'm going to use the lead ball for cue control purposes. And I use the lead ball when it comes to rotation pool and the second half of 8 ball. But anyway, let's see what we got. So from here to here, cue control wise, I will use a lot of right English but a little bit of draw. Aiming wise, I'm going to use the right side of the shaft to make this shot. So if I used a little bit more power, I would have a lead on the 2. But apparently, I didn't put enough power on it, so now I don't have a shot on the 2. So, let's hope for the best. Play safety. And we're going to use left side, left English, because that's cue control lead. And what do you know? We hit the 2, so that's good. Alright, so we're going to shoot the 2, but our lead ball is the 3, so from the center of the table to the 3, the arrow is going bottom right, or bottom left, so bottom left spin on the cue ball. And then aiming wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft. Ooh, I missed it by a hair. So that means I missed the contact point by a hair. Alright, so we still got to hit that 2. Lead ball is 3, so from here to here, that is right English with a little bottom. But in this case, we got to use a lot of right English with a little top. So, and then aiming wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft because the contact point is on the left side. And that is not the left side of the shaft. That was dead ass center. I was looking right at it. I don't have a shot, so I gotta hope for the best. So if I'm gonna go off the bank here, this is right English. And I didn't hit the 2, so that's a foul. Didn't hit it. So let's go here on the 2, get a lead on the 3. So lead on the 3, bottom left spin. We're gonna use the center of the shaft. Aim that one. Now here's for the 3, we don't have a shot, so top right spin. We gotta go off the bank to hit the 3. So that's, oh, we made it. We made a combo. All right, so we got a straight shot here, or a combination shot for the 3 and 4. So just for the, we're gonna do cue control with the 3 because we're doing a combo. So from here to here, that is bottom right spin. Shaft wise, we're aiming with the center of the shaft. Nice. And we're in a bad spot for the 3. Ouch. But we're gonna play it through. We'll be all right. So aiming wise to the 5, because we already made the 4 on the combo. Top right spin. Aiming wise, we're gonna use the left side of the shaft. Yeah, that's a foul, but I made the 3 anyway, so it don't matter. Ball in hand. So let's say we go here on the 5 for the lead on the 7. Center of the table to the ball, that's bottom left spin. Aim wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft. For that. And you can see, look at that lead. Look at that lead to the 7. That's pretty good. I'd take that. That's fine with me. Okay, so lead on the 8. Cue control wise, this would be right English. Aiming wise, right side of the shaft. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That was a good lead on the 8 too. Alright, let's keep going. So cue control wise, to the 8, that is bottom spin with a little bit of left. Aiming wise, we're going to use the right side of the shaft. And what do you know? Got another good lead on the 8. Okay, so the 9 ball is here for our lead ball. Cue control wise, that would be top left. Going from the center to the 9, that's top left spin. And then cue control wise, we're going to use the right side of the shaft. That's how I play pool. I use JMoney's shaft aiming method, and then I use my cue control method where the center of the table gives me an idea of what part of the cue ball I'm going to use to put type of spin on the cue ball actually. So since the 10 is still my lead ball, cue control wise from the center to the 10, that's clearly right English. So I'm going to use right English on that 9. Aiming wise, that's the contact point, which is the right side. So I'm going to use the right side of the shaft and put right English on this shot. In and out again. More ball on the table. That's biggie to me. But I'm going to put it there anyway. I don't give a damn. Alright. So again, we're still doing right spin, or right English from where the 10 is. So, and this is the center shot, so we're going to put, so center of the shaft is going to give us the right English. Like that. And then on the 10, it's a straight shot, but since the 10 is the last ball on the table, we don't go from center to ball, we go from ball to center to determine cue control. So from here to here, this is right English with a little bit of bottom. So since it's a straight shot, we're going to use the center of the shaft to aim directly at that spot. So that is how I use my method of cue control with Shane Van Boney's aiming method, which is shaft aiming, if y'all don't know, where you're using the shaft to aim your shots. I'm not using the cue ball at all. That's what makes his aiming method unique, because a lot of the other aiming methods out there, my contact point method, the CTE method, triangle method, the diamond method that I came up with a while back, and many other methods out there, they all rely on the cue ball to aim. But with Shane's, he's using the shaft, and he's really the only person I know that uses the shaft to aim his shots. He don't use the cue ball at all. So I'm going to give y'all another example of 10 ball with that method, and using my cue control method. Now again, I use cue control depending on the situation. It could be center of the table to the current ball I'm shooting at. It could be center of the table to my lead ball, or it could be final ball to the center. Those are the only 3 ways that I would determine what type of spin I need on the cue ball. And it helps me a lot. It helps me a lot when it comes to cue positioning and cue control. It's actually kept me out of a lot of scratch situations too. So that's my approach to the game. And there is other methods out there that I use, but I honestly think Shane Van Boney's is really, really proficient. Because at the end of the day, I know that I'm either going to use the center of the shaft, certain parts of the left side of the shaft, and certain parts of the right side of the shaft. And with the shaft being pretty small, I got good eyes to get an idea of what part of the shaft I'm going to use to aim versus using the cue ball. So let's go ahead and do another round of 10. Alright, well unfortunately I scratched on the right, and the 5 fell, so that's different. So with the 1 being right here, let's go here on, well, no, I better not go there. You know what? Well, no, because if I go bottom right, I might draw it this way. Let me see. You know what? I'm going to do a combination. Fuck it. 1 and 4. So, combination-wise, I would go ball to the ball I'm going to hit to the center to determine cue control. So, since I'm going cue ball, center to cue to the 8, or center to 1, sorry. That's top spin with a little bit of left, and we're going to use the center of the cue ball to aim this. Okay, so now with the 1. So lead ball would be my cue control determination. So cue control wise, center to 2 is left spin. So I'm going to use left spin on the cue ball. Aiming wise, this is the contact point, but I'm going to use the left side of the shaft, or not the right side, I'm sorry, the right side of the shaft to aim at that contact point with left English. It helps me on a lot of shots using Shane Van Boney's method. So going to this corner, the 3 is over here, so my lead ball is 3. So cue control wise, from the center to the 3, I'm going to use left English. Aiming wise, I'm going to use the left side of the shaft, using left English. Let's see if this works. Almost got it. But you see I had a lead on the 3, look at that. But I didn't make the 2, so I'm back to the 2. Now from this positioning, from here to here on the 3, it's bottom left spin. Aiming wise, we're going to use the right side of the shaft to aim at that contact point. But we're going to use bottom left spin. Missed it again. Now if I missed it, I missed it twice now. If I missed it the 3rd time, I got to restart. Which in this case, I'm going to miss. I'm in a bad spot. I'm in a bad spot, so this was not a good one. So yep, foul. Restart. Yeah, if I have 3 fouls, or 3 misses in a row, not fouls. Well, 3 fouls in a row, yes, but if I have 3 misses in a row, I restart. So I'm going to do it again. That was not a good round. It wasn't a good break either, so I got to break better than that. Here we go. I'm missing which ball? Oh, it's right here. 4 ball. Okay, let's do this again. 2 on this side, 3 on this side, 10 in the center. Alright, try this again. Again, if I miss 3 in a row, or if I foul 3 times in a row, I restart. But here we go. Okay, well, damn, that 2 is blocking my path. So it looks like I'm gonna have to play safety because that 2 is blocking my shot. Yep, it sure is. Well, I'm gonna still try to get that 1, get a little bit on the edge of the pocket and still try to pull. That's the only option I got. Or I could just cut the 1 down there. I think I'm gonna go 1 down in the corner because cutting that is very risky because I could just hit that edge and it'll just pop right out. So I'm gonna go to the corner on the 1, but cue control wise from center to the 2, we're gonna use top left spin. So aiming wise, we're gonna use the left side of the shaft. And I overcut the 1. So that's 1 miss. Now I gotta play safety. It's not good. So from there to there, that's top spin. I didn't hit it, so that's a foul. Okay, I made the 3, but that don't mean nothing. I fouled. So 2 misses and a foul. So if I get 3 fouls in the game of 10 ball, then I restart, regardless if it's in a row or not. So I gotta get off of this 2 misses in a row situation. So from here to here, that's top right spin. We're gonna use the center of the shaft, aim at that contact point. Okay, we're good on misses, but we got 1 foul. So let's bank this. So from there to the so from center to the 2, that is right English. So we're gonna use right English to aim for this bank. Okay, we missed the bank, so that's 1 miss. Okay, we can go. Oh, we got a bad situation again. Defense. So we gotta. So from here to there, that's right English. So we'll just go off the bank here. Hit that 2. That's 2 misses. Alright, so I'm in a bad spot, but I'm going to try to cut this 2 into the side pocket. And I got to get a lead on the 4s, because 4 is my lead ball. So cue control wise, we're using top right, or top left spin. And then cue control wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft. And I missed the 2, so that's 3 misses in a row. Reset. But this is how I try to get better with rotation pool. If I miss 3 in a row or I have 3 fouls in 1 session, I restart. Now, despite having a golden break on the 10, that means nothing. In some places, it's not a win in 10 ball. You just gotta reposition the 10 and just finish the table. But I need to make sure I have a good break this time. So let's see if we do better this time. Now don't worry, I can see y'all's messages in the chat box from my computer. That's why I'm not looking at the phone. The AI chat that you guys see, that's for people that want to read the comments, to, you know, keep it entertaining. But everything else, it's all me. And I can see y'all's chats in the comment section. Like right now, I see only Dart USA is on the live right now, so I appreciate you sticking with me. So let's go here. 1. Let's see what happens. Almost got another golden break. Almost ain't good enough. And I have a terrible lead on the 1, so that's not good. Terrible lead. Cue control wise, it have to be from the 1 to here because we gotta play safety. So, or center to there, so that's top left spin. So top left spin, and we didn't hit the 1. So that's 1 miss and a foul. 1 miss and a foul. Here's gonna be 2 misses, but we gotta hit cue control wise here to here. That's bottom left spin. Okay, that's 2 misses. But now we're in a bad spot again. So I might have to reset it because I've been in 2 bad spots already. Foul and a miss. That's, yep. Restart. That was a terrible lead. That was terrible. Even if I'm playing safety, I still don't count it as a no miss, because even if you play safety, you still miss. You know what I mean? So that's how I do it when I practice any game. So I'll get it. I'll finish 10 ball. I'll get it down. I'll get it down. I got it down, what, 2 or 3 times now? Alright, here we go. We got this. We got this. Alright. Okay, we got a slightly better, well, maybe not. Shit. Nope, we don't have a good lead on the 1. Okay, on it. I'll have to bank it. I'll have to bank the 1. So, cue control wise, since we gotta bank it, we focus on the ball itself. And we're gonna hit. So, here to here is top right spin. So, top right spin in the center of the shaft. Well, that wasn't a bank at all. So that's 1 miss. Okay, now I got a shot. Yeah, I got a shot here, so we're good here. So, we can use the lead ball because we're going to make the 1. So from here to the 2 is going to be right English, and it's going to be a lot of English because of how far away the 2 is from the center. So, and then aiming wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft. So, like that. Alright, good lead on the 2, got it to the side pocket. Lead ball is 3, so from the center to the 3, that's top left spin. Aiming wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft. 1 miss. Never mind. 10 ball landed, so that's not a miss. I think we got bailed out on the 10, but hey, it happens, so we're good. 0 misses. So now from here to here on the lead ball, which is the 3, is bottom left spin. So with aiming wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft and aim at the contact point. So top, so it'd be bottom, left spin, using the left side of the shaft. Okay, that's 1 miss. And I got a terrible safety lead. Terrible safety lead, so it's going to be 2 misses, I guarantee it. It's going to be 2 misses, but here we go, it's worth a try. So off the bank, 3 banks, hit that 2. Alright, 2 misses. Whew. But, I don't have a shot. I might have to restart it again. Alright, let's bank it. So from here to here, that's right English, center of the shaft. Something's got to fall. Come on, something. Dang it. That's 3 resets in a row. My goodness. But yeah, this is how I do it, y'all. This is how I practice. If I have 3 misses in a row or 3 fouls in a session, I have to reset. I'm not doing really good in 10 ball tonight, but hey, this is how you practice. Get your butt at the table and start shooting. So is that 10? Yep. It's all 10 balls. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad that I lost 3 games in a row. I'm not mad at all. At the end of the day, you don't be successful on your wins. You be successful on your failures, or you're successful on your losses than you are with wins. Why? Because you learn from your mistakes. And I know the biggest mistake I'm making right now is breaking. I don't think I'm getting enough good lead breaks, but I'm not using breaks as an excuse. I'm just thinking that I'm just not getting a lot of good leads on the 1 right now. But I think I will this time. Okay, it's not the best lead in the world, but I got a combination. So since I'm doing a combination here, then the 1 is going to be my cue control lead. So top left, top right spin, using the center of the ball, center of the shaft. Try to make the 4. The 4 stops. That's 1 miss. We're going to use the 1 again and try to bank it. So center to 1, top left spin. Alright, 2 misses. Okay, well, do I have a lead? No. Safety. This is going to be 3 misses in a row. Do I have to play safety? Let's see what happens. Top right, spin, foul. So, yep, 3 misses. Well, no, nothing fell, so that's reset. 4 bad rounds in a row. I definitely my ass kicked if I was betting in this game. So, did I even pocket any of them? Or... No, I didn't pocket any of them. That's crazy. I didn't pocket not one on the break. See, that's what I gotta work on with 10 balls. Trying to make more balls on the break. I'll get it though. I ain't worried about it. I'll get it. Here we go. Put it there. Let's see what happens. Okay, one foul. Even though I made a ball on the break. I'm still counting as a foul, regardless. So that's one foul. I made the 2, so here's the lead on the 3. Put the ball here. So, bottom right spin, using the center of the shaft. Now that is how you do a drawback, right there. Alright, 3, 4 ball is there, so top right spin, using the left side of the shaft. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. That's one miss. Top right spin, using the right side of the shaft for the aiming point. 2 misses. Daggone it. I should have made that damn 3 the first time. I might make this one though. So lead on the 4, top right spin, left side of the shaft to aim. 3 misses. Daggone it. That's 5 fucking rounds in a row I've screwed up. 5 freaking rounds. Jeez. I did make something on the break though, so that's good, but I still fouled on the break, and that's not good. Alright. I got this, y'all. I got this. I'm not even tripping. I got this. I got this, y'all. Here we go. Matter of fact, break right here and see what happens. Well, I didn't make anything on the break, and my lead on the 1 is not the best in the world. Cutting that 1 is tricky. I don't like to bank. I don't like banking because bankings and combos should be your last resort. I mean, I have no problem shooting banks, but we're playing 10 ball here. I'll have to bank it, so if I'm going to bank it, it'll be so Q control, center of the ball to the 1, that's top right spin, using the center of the shaft. One miss. No lead on the 1 either. Okay. This is gonna be 2 misses unless I make something, so safety. Top right spin, center of the shaft. Okay, I hit the 1, that's 2 misses though. Unless the 3 falls. Nope. Alright, I can kiss that 3 ball in. I can kiss that 3 in. So, top right spin, using the right side of the shaft. Okay. Whew. But I'm behind the damn 8. Okay. Well, I have to play safety. So from here, left English, using the center of the shaft. Try to hit that 1, which I don't, that's a foul. So that's 1 foul, 2 misses. Okay, so for the 2 ball, from there to there, it's top, left spin, and then, but we're going to use the center of the shaft to aim. There we go. Good. Okay, yeah, that's a good lead on the 2. The 3 ball already went in because of the combo, so 4 is our lead ball for Q control. So here to here, that's right English, and then we're going to aim a little bit of the left side of the shaft, just a little bit. There we go. Now we're cooking. Okay, so the 4 ball is next. Lead ball is the 5, so clearly top spin, because here to the 5 is going up, so that means we're using top spin. Aim-wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft. So top spin using the left side of the shaft. 1 miss. I should have made that. See, that's shots like that I gotta make. Professionals make that shit look easy. I'm gonna have to go to the corner. I don't like risking that shot inside. We'll go in the corner for the 4. So lead on the 5, bottom right spin, using the right side of the shaft. Two misses. All right. 2 misses, 1 foul. We're good though. Top right spin, using the left side of the shaft. 0 misses, 2 fouls. 0 misses, 2 fouls. So I got 2 fouls now. Let's not get that third one. So 6 ball from here to here, right side spin, using the center of the shaft. Nice. Now I'm more comfortable going to the side pocket here. I'm more comfortable with that one. So from there to the 7 is just a little bit of bottom right spin, just a little, not too much. Aim wise, left side of the shaft. Nice. We still got 2 fouls though, so we gotta be careful. So for this, I'm gonna cut the 7 into the side pocket. So from here to there is top spin, but we're going to use the left side of the shaft to aim at the contact point. And we missed it. So that's 1 miss, 2 fouls. 1 miss in a row, 2 fouls total. Alright, I cannot go there on that corner, so I'm going to have to go to that corner. So from there to there, it's left English. Aiming wise, right side of the shaft. Oh, is the 2 gonna fall? Nope. 7 gonna go on the side? No. 2 misses in a row, 2 fouls total. Okay, moment of truth. Top left spin, we're gonna bank it. Don't matter. 3 and 3. Now that's embarrassing. Doing 3 fouls and 3 misses in a row on 1 segment. That's embarrassing. Alright, let's get going. That's my worst shot in this whole live right there. My worst shot in this entire live. But yeah, this is how I challenge myself, where I only limit myself to 3 misses in a row and 3 fouls total. Now, if there are 3 fouls in a row, then I just quit completely. So anytime I have 3 fouls in a row, then I'm done for the day. But I try my best not to do that, because there's no way you should be having 3 fouls in a row. That's for darn sure. So, but yeah, that one was a terrible round. So I might need to switch games. But no, I'm not switching. I'm gonna at least finish 1 round of 10 before we switch. At least 1 full round. At least 1 full round is all I need. I know I've lost 7 in a row. That's just the story of my life. Here we go. Okay, the 1 fell, 2 fell. Okay, nice break. We got a lead on the 3. Nice break. Alright, so from here, the 4 ball is right here. So cue control wise, bottom left spin, using the left side of the shaft. Again, I'm using Shane Van Boney's shaft aiming method. That's why I said left side of the shaft. Using bottom left spin. 1 miss. Okay, looks like I got a combo here, 3 and the 6. So hitting the 3, that is right English, using the right side of the shaft. 2 misses. And we're in a bad spot for the 3. Very bad spot. Safety. Top spin. Center of the shaft. 3 misses in a row. Wow, even on a good break, I still couldn't finish it. boy. Practice, practice, practice. That's the fact. Okay. I'm gonna get this eventually. I'm gonna get it. I'll get it. I just gotta aim a little bit better and improve on my cue control. Cue control, this game can be hard. And if you don't know how to do cue control, it's gonna be even harder. But here we go. And this is like what, 8 rounds of 10 ball I've done so far, and I've had 1 golden break, and I haven't even finished the round. It's pretty sad. Good lead on the 3, even though I didn't make anything. That 3 should have fell though. Okay, so cue control wise, we're going to use bottom, right spin, aim wise, right side of the shaft. Aiming that part of the shaft to the contact point. Jump butt back up there. Not doing that shit. Oh, the 2 ball. I'm in a bad spot for the 2. Daggone it, I gotta bank it. Right English, center of the shaft. Alright, that's a foul. And 1 miss. So foul and 1. So 1 foul, 1 miss in a row. So let's go here. 3 ball is here, so this is bottom spin, slightly left side of the shaft. Now I'm in a bad spot for the 3, of course. Well, no, I'm not in a bad spot because I can just hit it off the rail here and hit the edge, so I'm okay. So 4 is the lead, bottom left spin. And then since I gotta go off the rail, I'm gonna use the center of the shaft, going bottom left. The 3 didn't fall. Damn. I did make the. What was this? Yeah, I did make the 2. So okay, so 1 miss in a row, 1 foul total. So now we can definitely hit the 3. Lead on the 4, bottom left spin, using the right side of the shaft. Okay, I had to hit that soft. I need to lead on the 4. Okay, the 5 is here, so we're going to use very little spin because of how close the 5 is to the center of the table. But since I'm on the rail, it'll be a little bit of the left side. Then aiming wise, we're going to use the right side of the shaft. Nice! Now that is what I call a lead. That is a good lead. Yep. Really, almost a straight shot. So lead on the 6, top left spin, aim wise, a little bit on the right side of the shaft. And I overcut the mother sucker. 1 miss in a row, one foul total. Good lead, and I still didn't make it. Isn't that something? Okay, from here, bottom left spin where the 6 ball is, but aiming wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft. Not the best lead, but let's see. I can get the 6 to the left. It won't go in the pocket if I play safety. But I'm going to try to bank it. So, top spin, trying to bank using the center of the shaft at the contact point. And I'm going to bank it. Actually, no, I wouldn't use the center of the shaft. I would use the right side of the shaft and bank it. Oh, I hit the 7. Oh, is it going to go in the side pocket? Okay. Okay. Shit, I'll take it. Rocky ass 9 on 10 ball tonight, that's for sure. Alright. 7. Lead ball on the 8 is right English. Aiming wise, right side of the shaft. So So aim for the right side of the shaft, using right English. In this case, it would be top right English because of where the cue ball is. And I double hit it and almost made it to the corner. Don't you dare fall into the pocket. Alright, so one miss, one foul. Here we go. So, right English, using a little bit of the left side of the shaft. And that was just with the shaft too. So you can use J-Money's method with just the shaft too. But, like I said, I don't mind playing with just the shaft sometimes. I don't mind. Alright, we're going to cut the 9 into the corner that's closest to y'all. The lead is the 9 ball, so in this case, top left spin, like a lot of top, but a little bit of right actually. And aiming wise, we're going to use the left side of the shaft going right there. And I undercut it. That's 2 fouls because I scratched. And 1 miss in a row. Alright, so we're here. Well, here to here is bottom right spin. Center of the shaft. Good lead. Oh! It hit the edge. And I got 2 fouls. Daggone it! You gotta be kidding me! That means I got 2 banks to hit this freaking 9. Bottom. Shit. Bottom right spin, but in this case I gotta do top spin, center of the shaft. Come on, come on. Ah, 3 fouls. Woo! Damn! This is crazy! I was down to the 2 balls and I still had 3 fouls in the game. Alright, let's take a commercial break.
In the small town of Villisca, Iowa, there stands a house with peeling white paint and sagging wooden beams. At first glance, it looks ordinary, a relic of early 20th century America. But inside its walls lies one of the darkest chapters in American history. On the night of June 10th, 1912, the Moore family and 2 young visiting girls were murdered in their sleep. 8 lives ended brutally by an unknown hand. The crime shocked the nation and left the house permanently stained with grief. To this day, no one has ever been convicted. Over the decades, tenants reported strange phenomena. Footsteps pacing above them in empty rooms, children's laughter echoing down the hallway, doors opening without cause. Neighbors claimed to see flickering lights when the house should have been empty. Investigators described an unshakable sense.
Reset my
3D wallpapers for your phone. More than 10,000 wallpapers, many categories for every taste. Real 3D wallpapers. Download and see for yourself. The app is free. You don't need to pay for wallpapers. Our wallpapers.
Alright. Back at it. Now hopefully that little break that we just took will allow me to get my mind right on trying to complete a 10-ball session. Now I know after all this hell I've gone through with 10-ball, I might have to do some of my practice drills. I might have to. But, you know, at the end of the day, I gotta, you know, I still gotta execute regardless of what game I play or what drill I do, so. Here we go. But see, I'd rather play 10-ball than 9-ball because at the end of the day, it's an extra ball that you gotta work with. But then, of course, I don't mind playing 15-ball rotation either. I don't mind that either. But, so in rack 10. Ooh, this has been insane. Not worried about it. We're gonna be all right. Here we go. Okay, almost made the 9. All right, we got a better lead on the 1. Not the best lead in the world, but I can at least get a shot on the 1, despite where we're at. So cue control wise, from here to the 2, that's top left spin. And we gotta use a little bit of the right side of the shaft because this is not a straight shot. Okay, oh, am I gonna scratch? Yep, so 1 foul. So we'll go right here for the 2 since we scratched 1 foul. We get 3 fouls, we gotta restart. Now with the 3 ball being right there, I'm gonna go top left spin because the lead from there to there is top left. And it's a little bit of the right side of the shaft. So top left spin with the right side, a little bit of the right side of the shaft. A little bit, not too much. And look where the cue ball's got me. Now that's clearly the table doing that shit. That is the table doing that shit. It went from here, went around the motherfucking 3, and then into the pocket. That's clearly my table being worn out. That's clearly my table. But I don't give a damn. 2 fouls. Lead on the 4 is right there, so cue control wise from here to here, it's going to be more left spin, but a little bit of bottom. So, and then cue control wise, we're going to use the right side of the shaft. And what do you know? 3 fucking fouls. On all 3 shots. Ain't that something? Yes, I don't have a valley table or a diamond table or any of that crap, but at the end of the day, this table does challenge me to get better. It does challenge me, so I don't give a damn what anybody says about the table. For it being a family-oriented table and a budget-friendly table, I can't say nothing bad about this table really. It's just me not aiming, and I mean I'm aiming, but cue control I'm having issues right now. People will say, oh, it's because of the table. No, it's probably me not putting in the right spin. I say it out loud, but I'm probably not executing it correctly. Because I'm not just talking the talk, I'm also walking the walk too. But for some reason my results is not backing up my walks. But here we go, another round of, this what, the 11th round? 11 losses in a row. Shit, that's crazy. What kind of break was that? Oh, whatever. Play through it. That was a ridiculous break. I'm gonna use my Minnesota Fast cube, maybe that'll make a difference. It is a fiberglass cube, I love it. It's a great cube. 20-ounce cube, fiberglass. But anyway, so from here to here is left English. Contact point is there, so we're just going to use the left side of the shaft. And at the contact point. I gotta do a combo here because I can't cut that 2 in either corner. I just can't. If I cut to there, it's going to hit the 5. If I cut to there, I might hit the 8 first. So I have to do a combo. So from there to the 2 is top right spin using the center of the cue ball. Center of the shaft, I mean. Okay, so that's 1 miss, and I don't have a lead. So I might have a foul and 2 misses. Alright, let's try it. 2 banks. Yep, foul. So, that's 2 misses and a foul. But, where am I going to make this 2 without fouling? Oh, wait a minute, did I say... So it's 2 and 2 actually. Is it 2 in a row? 2 misses in a row and 2 fouls total, or is it 1 miss in a row and 2 fouls? I made the 1 over there. Yeah, so it's just 1 miss. Okay, so 1 miss and 2 fouls. Okay, I got it. 1 miss in a row. So we're okay. We can play safety here. Okay, 2 fouls, or 2 in a row, 2 fouls. All right, we're going straight down on the 2. The 3 ball is way up there. So cue control wise, from here, top right spin, aiming wise, a little bit of the left side of the shaft. And I missed. 3 in a row. I didn't hit that contact point correctly. I didn't. I knew I was going to miss it. As soon as it hit that point, I did not hit that contact point correctly. That was me. That was definitely me, not the table. Definitely me. Oh. Am I going to be here all night losing 10 ball? This is crazy. No, we're not. I'm going to get one. I got to get 1 round in. I got to get 1 full round. 1 full round, and I'll be good. Here we go. We got this. Let's just put the cue ball in the center. See what happens this time. Matter of fact. Yep. Here we go. Another terrible break. That kissed the 2 into the pocket. Let's stick with this house cue. That's fine. So 2 went in, 3 is here. So a lot of left, little bottom. Cue control wise, a little bit of the right side of the shaft. On the 1. Good lead. Good lead on the 3. Okay, 4 is over here, so a little bit of bottom, a lot of left. So a lot of left, a little bottom, spin wise, aiming wise, a little bit of the right side of the shaft, aim at the contact point. And I overcut that motherfucker. Gosh darn it. 1 miss. Why did I overcut that? Alright, we got a combination. So here to the ball I'm going to hit, which is the 3. So bottom left spin, trying to make the 9. Using the center of the shaft. Okay. 0 misses, 0 fouls. So 0 misses in a row. Is what I'm saying. Alright. Lead on the 4 is bottom right spin. Aiming wise, left side of the shaft. Now overcut it again. 1 miss in a row, 0 fouls. Now with the lead on the 4, it's top right spin. And then contact point wise, the right side of the shaft. Overcut it again. That's 2 times I've overcut this 3. 2 misses in a row. 0 fouls. I gotta make this freaking 3. This is a straight shot. Little bit of bottom left, using the center of the shaft. 3 in a row. Oh my gosh. I can't even make the damn straight shot. Clearly on that shot I hit it too hard. Okay, so now at this point I gotta slow down. I gotta slow down on my follow-throughs. I'm hitting them too hard apparently. Hitting them too damn hard. I got this though, I ain't tripping. I got this. I got this. I got this. Well, center of the table didn't make much of a difference, but let's try right here. 8 ball, nope. Anything? Cue ball, 1 foul. Oh, I made something. I don't know what that was. Was that an 8? Yep. So the 8 ball fell. Let's just stick with this cue. Okay. Let's go here. 2 ball is there, so clearly that's going to be, yeah, bottom left spin. Using the right side of the shaft. Okay, that's might be okay. Let me see. Yep, we're good. Okay, bottom left spin, left side of the shaft. Come back this way. Nice. Nice. Okay, that's better. That's a good lead. 4 ball is here, so let me see. Bottom left or bottom right spin, using the right side of the shaft. 1 miss. 1 miss, 1 foul. 1 miss in a row, 1 foul total. Okay, top left spin, using the left side of the shaft. 2 misses. See, I hit it too hard. I hit it too hard. That's why I missed that 3. I hit it too damn hard. 2 misses in a row, 1 foul. I gotta make this 3. Yeah, on it. I'm cutting it over there. I don't give a shit. Alright, so right English, using the right side of the shaft. Here we go. I got this. And I overcut it. 3 in a row. Restart. See, that's... I have a bad habit of hitting the ball too damn hard. I have a bad habit of doing that. I remember I played against a guy who was a league player. He shot every single heart, shot super slow, and he still beat me. So I know if he makes the shots by hitting them slow, then I'll probably have to do the same darn thing. Here we go. We're not quitting. We're gonna keep going. I don't care how many. I don't care if it's 100 losses in a row. I'm gonna keep going. What I lost so far, like 13 in a row. I don't care if it's 100 in a row. I'm gonna keep going until I get it. I'm gonna get it. I will. Here we go. Good break. Balls are spread out much better this time, but nothing landed. But here we go. So bottom left spin, right side of the shaft. Nice. Good lead on the 2. Top right spin, center of the shaft. I hit that 4, so I don't know if I got a lead on the 3 now. But I can bank it. So top left spin, center of the shaft. Gotta bank the 3. Okay, 1 miss, 0 fouls. 1 miss in a row, 0 fouls. So we gotta use top spin, or no, we don't have to. We just go like this. Center, right side of the shaft. 2 misses in a row. 0 fouls, unless that lands. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, so we gotta make the 3. So right, left English with a low top, using the left side of the shaft. There we go. So that broke the ice. 0 and 0. 0 misses in a row, 0 fouls. Good lead on the 4. Bottom right spin, using the left side of the shaft. Okay, terrible lead on the 5. Terrible lead on the 5. But I can still cut the 5 into the corner. 6 is way down here, so bottom left spin, using the left side of the shaft. Aiming at that contact point. And we missed it, so 1 miss. And let's cut the 5 into that corner. Top right spin, using the right side of the shaft. And I foul. So 2 misses in a row, 1 foul. Top left spin, center of the shaft. Nice. Top left spin, left side of the shaft. A little bit of top left, center of the shaft. Top left spin again, right side of the shaft. A little bit of right side of the shaft. Alright, now we're doing much better. But now we're in a bad spot for the 9. But I can still cut that 9 to the corner. So bottom right spin. Cutting the 9 into that corner, so we're going to use the right side of the shaft. Aiming it at the contact point. Okay, 1 miss in a row. 1 foul. Bottom right spin once again, using the center of the shaft, because this is the center shot. Oh my god, I think I just finally broke the ice on my number of losses in a row. Might have finally broke the ice. I might have finally did it. To that corner pocket. So, from here to the center, that is a lot of right English, but a little bit of bottom. And then aiming wise, right side of the shaft. So right about here. We're going to hit it nice and soft. Oh my god! I finally got all 10 balls in the pocket and I end up scratching on the 10. Oh my god. Oh, that's a loss. Oh my gosh, that is insane. 15 losses in a row. Like, I just can't get a break right now. I'm telling y'all, this table gets to me sometimes. This table really does. Oh my gosh. But I guarantee you, y'all put me on a real professional table or a bar box. Oh boy. I won't play on those. Alright, well, we got to play another one. We lost. Even though we was able to clear all 10 balls that time. Man, I cannot believe I scratched on that 10. That was a good shot, too. See? Alright, another one. Okay, we made the 2, and we scratched. 1 foul. Oh, we made 2 balls. Okay, nice. Nice. But we still scratched, so that's 1 foul. Alright. So, what we make? We made the 1. Oh, we made 3 balls? Shit, we sure did. Didn't we? No, we just made... Wait a minute. Where's the 2? Oh, okay, I made the 2 and the 9. Okay, I got it. Okay, I made the 2 and the 9. So my lead will be the 3 ball. So, top right spin using left side of the shaft. 1 miss in a row, 1 foul total. Okay, so the lead ball is up there, so top right spin using the right side of the shaft. A little bit of the right side, actually. And I overcut it. 2 misses in a row. Alright, we're back to missing multiple shots in a row now. Okay, draw back, using the left side of the shaft. I was hoping the 1 ball would land, but nope, it didn't. I was hoping that the 1 would hit the 4 and kiss into the pocket, but it didn't. So that's 3 losses in a row. Restart. So that time I made a 2 and a 9 on that session. But that was just on the break. We got this. We're good. We got this, people. We got this. Not worried about it. We got this. Here we go. Okay. Well, we got an okay lead on the 1. Not the best lead in the world. But cue control wise, we got a little bit of bottom left. I gotta be careful with this shot though, because I might scratch. But here we go. So contact point, we're going to go off the rail just a little bit. So right here. So a little bit of the left side of the shaft. Going bottom left spin. Okay, one miss. Okay, now we're doing right English. Aiming point. Using the left side of the shaft. Two misses. Like I said, cue control means nothing if you can't aim. So I got no choice but to bank the one. Let's see what happens. Wish me luck. And I scratched. Oh, the 5 saved me. Ooh, the 5 saved me. So 0 misses in a row, 1 foul. Wow, that 5 saved me. Here we go. We got a combo here. 1 to the 4. So bottom right spin using the center of the shaft. And it didn't land, so 1 miss in a row, 1 foul total. Okay, we got a combo, so here to here is right side spin. Oh, we made the 4. Nope, we missed the 4. Okay, so 2 misses in a row. Here we go. Clutch. Okay, right side of the shaft using bottom left spin. Now that's what I call clutch. Woo! That was clutch. But I'm in a bad spot for the 2. So 0 misses in a row, 1 foul total. So 3 misses in a row or 3 fouls total. I have to reset. So we gotta play safety. I even count resets and safeties as fouls or whatever. So that's 1 miss in a row. Alright, I might be able to get that 2 into the side pocket. 3 balls over there, so top left spin using the right side of the shaft. It didn't work. That's 2 misses in a row, but now I got a shot on the 2. Top left spin using the right side of the shaft. Bell out. Okay, I gotta do a bank, so bottom right spin, center of the shaft. Terrible lead. Terrible lead. But good defense. If I was playing against somebody, that'd be good defense. But nope, I'm playing by myself, so that's considered a miss. So 1 miss in a row. So I have to play defense, use the top spin, center of the shaft. Unless something lands. 2 misses in a row, and I'm in a bad spot for the 3. Alright. Top left spin, use the center of the shaft, and we'll see if I can hope for the best. Nothing. 3 misses in a row. Restart. Yeah, I just can't even get a round down without missing 3 in a row or getting 3 fouls in a round. I just, struggling straight along when it comes to 10 balls today. But I learned my lesson. I'm overpowering my shots. I'm not aiming the contact point when I execute the final stroke. And I'm not getting right cue position on the cue ball. So yeah, those are the 3 reasons why I'm not winning at all in 10 ball right now. So yeah, I've already been out of the tournament if I actually played a tournament. Which, by the way, I might be in a tournament pretty soon when it comes to 8 ball. But the only thing is, it's a team league, so I'm probably just a second string. We'll see. Alright, here we go. Okay, we got something on the break, that's good. Make that 2 shots on the break. Nice. 2 balls on the break, I mean. Okay, so we're going to cut the 1 into the corner. The lead on the 2 is top left spin, but we're going to use the right side of the shaft. So right side of the shaft is going to aim at the contact point, and we're going to use top left spin. I almost kissed the 9 in. So that's 1 miss. Now we got to bank it. Top left spin, center of the shaft. 2 misses in a row. Alright, we gotta make the one. So here we go. Top right spin, using the left side of the shaft. And I blew it! Now that was clearly not aiming correctly. Okay, now I'm at a point where I'm frustrated. I am frustrated. This is 19 games I've lost in a row now. 19 freaking games in a row. Yeah, I'm frustrated now, so there's no way I missed that shot. No freaking way. All these past year and a half I've been practicing almost every day, giving video content on my YouTube channel, and I'm still getting my own ass kicked. That's pretty sad. When you're kicking your own ass. Well, yeah, I guess I'm winning. Because I'm beating myself. Here we go. Here we go. Terrible break. And a terrible lead. Unbelievable. Top left spin. We're going to have to bank this. Center of the shaft. I didn't make it. One miss. Then, of course, cue ball go behind the whole this table is killing me. I'm about to throw this damn table, I swear to God. Left side spin, center of the shaft. One foul, two misses in a row. Alright, start hitting some balls and start making them. Two balls over there, so top left spin. Using right side of the shaft. Alright, we're good. Now we just reset the misses in a row to 0, but we got one foul. Three balls over here, so that's left English, using the left side of the shaft. Aim at the contact point. One miss in a row. Within that. Bottom left spin, using the left side of the shaft. Don't you freaking scratch on me. Okay, so we're still at 0 misses in a row, one foul. Top left spin, using the right side of the shaft. That's a foul. Two fouls, one miss in a row, one miss in a row, two fouls. Alright, left English. Yeah, left English. Using the left side of the shaft. Okay, so we reset those. We got two fouls though, so we gotta be careful. Bottom right spin. Using the right side of the shaft. One miss. Unless double pin there. Okay, so from here, bottom spin. Nope. Bottom right spin again. Using the right side of the shaft. Not a good lead on the 5, but we can still hit the 5. So 0 misses, 2 fouls. 0 misses in a row, 2 fouls total. So cue control on the 6 is top left spin, using the right side of the shaft. Okay, I made the 8 and the 5. Alright, that helps. So we go straight to the 6. Okay. Bottom right spin, using the right side of the shaft. Nice. Okay, so throwing a shot here. The 9 ball is here, so draw back. Can't do a draw back though, so I'm going to use top spin. Using the left side of the shaft. 1 miss, 2 fouls. 1 miss in a row, 2 fouls. Total. Okay, I got a shot on the 7. top spin using the left side of the shaft. Good lead. Almost there. Hopefully I'll get a bailout here and finally break the ice. Okay. Top spin using the right side of the shaft. Okay. Good lead. Oh my gosh. I think I finally broke the ice, people. I think I finally broke the ice, but let's not give up hope. Let's not jump the gun. We gotta land this. Now to land this. Okay, so we're here on this shot. So from the ball to the center of the table, that is bottom right spin. Aim-wise, lining up to the contact point, we are going to use the right side of the shaft. So bottom right spin using the right side of the shaft. Slow rolling it. I shouldn't have slow rolled it. I slow rolled that shit. That is ridiculous. Okay, one miss in a row, 2 fouls. Okay, I can hit that ball in the side pocket, so we're okay. I can breathe now. I can breathe. Just gotta hit it slow. But from that ball to the center, it is left English. And since it's a straight shot, we can use the center of the shaft, using left English. Yo, I cannot believe this. That's 2 times I completed 10 balls, and I still scratch on the last ball. 20 freaking losses in a row. This is worse when I lost $15 in quarters when I first started. Now I'm really pissed. There's no freaking way I scratched that shit putting left English. I put left English on that shot. There's no way it would continue to follow. That is insane. I gotta do another one. I can't even be mad right now. I can't even be mad that I lost 20 games in a row. I cannot be mad. You wanna know why? I'm not losing money. Because I remember when before I got this table, I lost $15 in quarters in one night. So I can't even complain about losing 20 games in a row on my own table. I can't even complain. This is all a lesson to me. That's crazy. Only 2 out of 20 games I was able to clear 10 balls without what I scratched. I was able to clear it, so 2 out of 20 times. So 2 sessions out of 20 sessions, I was able to clear 10 balls. I got a lot more practice to do. Because what I'm doing is, like, if I have 3 misses in a row or if I have 3 total fouls, I reset. So that's why I've lost 20 in a row. I've had too many of either one. One time I had both in just one round. Thank God it was only 1 round. Okay, nothing fell on the break. We're okay. We got this. Terrible lead on the 1, of course. Top left spin. Center of the shaft. Now that 1 would have landed in the pocket. Oh! I landed the 3, so no misses. That's what's up. No misses. Okay, top right spin, right side of the shaft. So top right spin. Alright, now that's one miss. I gotta play safe. I'm gonna bank it. No, I can't bank it. The 4 ball blocked me off, so I gotta cut it. Cut the 1 into the corner, top left spin. Top right, I mean. Using the right side of the shaft. That's a foul. So foul and 2 misses in a row. Yep. A foul and 2 misses in a row. Bottom left spin. Using the left side of the shaft. 3 fouls. Damn! See what I'm talking about? I'm either missing 3 in a row or I'm getting 3 fouls in 1 session. That's why I'm losing 21 rounds in a row. Golly. I cannot believe I'm not getting the shooting right. I was able to make that 1, yes, but I still fouled. And doing that 3 times in 1 session is not good. Well, I'm not leaving this live until I'm able to finish 10 ball the way I'm supposed to be. Losing 21 games in a row is insane. I'm not afraid to show it. I'm not afraid to lose, so it's okay. I'm not bothered by it. I mean, I am bothered by it, but not like, you know. Yeah, I did toss the cue 1 time, which I am sorry, but it's okay. Okay, I got a ball on the break. So the 2 ball is up there, that's the lead ball, but I gotta do a combination. So from here to here, that is top right spin, using the center of the shaft. Okay, nice combo. So now we gotta do a bank. So left English. Center of the shaft. 1 miss. 1 miss in a row, 0 fouls total. I try to cut that 1 into the corner, but okay, let's do it. And by the way, that was top spin with right side of the shaft. 2 misses in a row, and now I'm at 3 misses in a row because I gotta play safety. No, I'm gonna still try to get that corner. I think I got it. Okay. Top left spin. I missed it. Come on, come on, come on. Hit that 10. Ah. 22 losses in a row. I'm counting all my losses. This is crazy. 22 losses in a row. This is crazy. 22 losses in a row. Now I did have 1 golden break, but in 10 ball there is no golden break, so it doesn't really matter. But 1 golden break is ridiculous too. I should have multiple golden breaks, like at least 3. Nope, only 1 golden break, which there is no golden break in 10 ball. This is going to show you that I got a lot of practice to do on cue control. Not well, yeah, aiming too, because I've got a lot of 3 in a rows. Okay, nothing on the break. Terrible lead on the 1. Yep, terrible lead. No shot on the 1. No shot. That's why I'm not even switching cues, because yep. Top left spin, center of the shaft. Missed it. So 1 foul. 1 foul. I'll stay here. Bottom right spin. Right side of the shaft. Not a drawback. It's okay, I still cut the 2 into the side block, but it's okay. So, no spin. I got the top on this. Using the center of the shaft because it was a shot. Okay. Here comes safety. Okay, that's 1 miss. 1 miss in a row. 1 foul total. Top right spin. Use the right side of the shaft to aim. Okay, so 0 and 1. We gotta play safety again. Okay, that's 1 miss in a row. 1 foul. No lead on the 5. Okay, 0 misses in a row. Wait a minute, I might make the bank. Did I make it? Did I make it? Come on. Nope. 1 miss in a row, 1 foul total. Right in English. Terrible lead. I might get 2 fouls. I'm really good at this. Ball. 1 miss. Okay, so we're okay. 1 foul. 1 miss. Right side. Oh. Alright, so that's 2 fouls, 2 misses. Shit. Didn't even hit the 6. They hit the edge and went over around it. So, right English, left. There we go. So 0 in a row, 0 misses in a row, 2 fouls total. 7 ball. Straight shot, just about. Top spin. Center of the shaft. Make the 7. So 0 misses in a row, 2 fouls total. Bottom left spin. Use the right side of the shaft. 1 miss, 2 fouls. Double lead 2, I think. Top left spin. Okay, so that's 2 misses. No. Ooh, okay. I got a combo here. Top spin. Center of the shaft. Good. Am I gonna make the 8? No. So 0 misses in a row, 2 fouls. Alright, so let's see. Bottom, left spin. Using the left side of the shaft. Okay. Side pocket. So from here to there is top left spin. Using the left side of the shaft. After 22 losses in a row, I finally won a game. Oh my god. But see, this is proof. If you're watching this right now, this is proof that you never give up. I don't care if you lost 22 times in a row like I did, or if you lose 100 times in a row. You never give up. Not just in pool, but in life. You gotta learn to never ever give up. In anything, if you love something, you stick with it, regardless of, even if you can't, if it comes to finding a job, if it takes you 1,000 job applications to land a job, you do it. So, that being said, I'm going to make a bank shot and I'm going to end the live, because this was a long, crazy night. So this is going to show you I might need to finish up playing pool. So I do thank everybody who's here watching me suffer through the game of 10 ball. So this is going to show you I got a long way to go before I'm actually professional. But at the end of the day, practice makes excellent. Lord Jesus, I need you. We need you. We thank you for dying on the cross for our sins. We open the door of our lives as we receive you as our Savior and Lord. Take control of our lives, Lord, and make us the kind of children of Christ that you want us to be in Jesus' name. Amen. Yep, I'm gonna make this long bank shot and we'll end the live. Hope you all enjoyed the live and hope to see you all in the next one. There you go, my friends. Hopefully we do better on the next live when we get some more rounds in, but losing 22 in a row, I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen again. But see y'all next time. Peace. I'm out.